Ah, good, we're live. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call
Lisa,
this
can you come up for a second,
regular
please?
meeting of the BCC to order. It's 2:09. Can I have a roll call, please?
Of course. Commissioner Rudy Garcia? Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Here.
Present.
Oh,
I don't know.
I think
who
that
she
was
called.
Hamilton. I'm here.
We'll do the other one as well. Commissioner Anna Hansen?
Now it's you.
I'm here, present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Present.
And Chair Henry Roybal. Would you like to mark him as excused or?
No, he is attending. He's on WebEx,
Oh, WebEx, okay,
so he's here.
okay.
So we have a quorum. Thank you.
Yes.
The next we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance, the state pledge, and the moment of reflection, which will be by Denise Benavides and Alex Fitzgerald from Community Development. So if you'll all rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico as the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Let us take a moment to reflect on the shared destiny of our diverse communities and the interconnections of all Santa Fe County residents and our irrevocable connections to the land, the foundation of our flourishing.
With that, let us turn the eyes of our hearts to the work that lies ahead. May our actions reflect discernment, goodwill, empathy, respect, and may our decisions contribute to justice, equity, and the flourishing of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any commissioners who have anything they would like to speak to? Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, I just, he was such a huge part of my growing up life that I felt like I wanted to recognize Sidney Portier in the passing of a really great human being who gave so much to this country. And I just wanted to recognize him for his contributions.
Thank you very much. So that takes us to approval of the agenda. Deputy Manager, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Yes, we do have some amended items that I would like to point out. 5 items, all were indicating as packet material was updated. The agenda was posted on Tuesday, January 4th at 5:14 p.m. The amended agenda was posted on Friday, January 7th at 5:23 p.m. On section item 3B, 5B, 8B, 9E, and 11A, those items, their packet material was updated. And I don't have any other further changes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. If there are no other changes from commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve the agenda with changes.
Madam Chair, I'll second that. Mr. Bernardino, can you actually tell me those changes again, please? Sorry.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we have item 3B, 5B, 8B, 9E, and 11A. Just all the packet material was updated on all of those items. Instead of going into each of one of those, you
Thank you.
updated the material to reflect what we would like to discuss today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
I
Any opposed, same sign. So we have an approved agenda. Item 2 is approval of the meeting minutes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner.
I move to approve the November 30th, 2021 Board of County Commission meeting minutes.
Now second?
Thank you. Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. That moves us to the consent agenda. Are there any items any commissioners care to ask questions or to have taken off for discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Garcia.
there's items I do not want to take off the agenda, but I'd just like to thank staff for actually working on item B, obviously all the agenda items. Item B as well as item C, which is collective bargaining between two of our most important unions that we have that actually do work well with our legal department as well as our HR department. So I'd just like to thank staff for working on those, as we have discussed those for probably a couple of months now, but just wanted to thank them.
Thank you. And anybody else? Thanks. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Move for approval, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Is any further discussion? Do I have a motion and a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Commissioner Lightball.
I just want to make a comment and just say that I'm not sure if you guys could hear me earlier, but I just wanted the record to show that I voted in the affirmative on the previous items.
I appreciate you getting on. I was actually just about to ask if you were able to hear and connect, but you're coming through loud and clear, so that's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will try to remember to check with you, but feel free to break in at the appropriate moments. That takes us to item 4, which is appointments and reappointments, and we'll be hearing from...
Madam Chair,
Yes.
would you like a resolution?
Yes, I would. Thank
Would you like
for
a
the
resolution
cue.
number?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
All right, for item 3D, it is resolution number 2022-001.
My goodness. Funny when you start a new year.
Yes.
Excellent, thank you. So now we're moving to item 4, appointments and reappointments. And we'll welcome Lisa Katnack to talk about members for the Santa Fe County's Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. Is your mic on? Get closer, maybe?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I'll hold it. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The role of the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Advisory Board is to make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners concerning the expenditure of the occupancy tax proceeds. LTAP prepares semi-annual budgets, setting forth the budget of money collected by the county clerk, and also setting forth all expenditures made during such semi-annual period. The LTAP consists of 5 residents of the county, 2 of them whom represent the lodging industry, 2 of whom are directly involved in tourist-related industries, and 1 member at large who represents the general public. Members must reside within Santa Fe County, and LTAP members serve a 2-year term and may be renominated for up to 2 additional successive terms. The term of all appointed LTAP members previously was for 2 years from January 28th, 2020 to January 31st, 2022. LTAP board members representing the public, Mr. Rory O'Brien, provided a vacancy on the board in 2021. Santa Fe County advertised the vacant board member position for the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board via a press release. Staff has received letters of interest and resumes and mandatory forms from the following individuals seeking appointment to the LTAB. Those include Mr. Bruno Alieri, Mr. John Fines, Mr. Christopher Goblet, Mr. Brian Locke, Mr. Philip Livingston, and Mr. Michael Segura. Mr. Nick Salazar submitted a letter of interest, but we did not receive the submittal of the mandatory conflict of interest form. In addition, staff has received letters of interest and resumes and all mandatory forms from the following individuals seeking reappointment to the LTAB. Mr. Stuart Ashman, Mr. Daniel Goodman, Mr. Ryan Miller, and Mr. Bashente Perry. Staff recommends the appointment of Mr. Brian Locke to serve in the at-large position to serve a 2-year term beginning January 11th, 2022 until January 11th, 2024. Mr. Locke is president and owner of Santa Fe Brewing Company in Santa Fe County. Since 1988, Santa Fe Brewing has expanded to 5 locations in the region, with 3 locations in Santa Fe County at 35 Fireplace, 7 Caliente Road in El Dorado, and 510 Galisteo, as well as the creation of the bridge. Oh, excuse me. Hyperventilating here. A multi-purpose facility with both indoor and outdoor space as a venue for concerts and entertainment. Mr. Locke will bring his unique experience of economic development and tourism, entrepreneurship, and community involvement to serve on the Santa Fe County Lodgers Tax Board. Staff recommends the reappointments of Mr. Ryan Miller of Bobcat Inn, Mr. Bashente Perry of Four Seasons Resort Rancho Encantado, Mr. Daniel Goodman of El Rancho de las Golondrinas, and Mr. Stuart Ashman, owner of Artis de Cupa Gallery, to serve a 2-year term beginning January 11, 2022 until January 11, 2024. These LTAB members each bring valuable experience and background to the work of the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board and are committed to continue to do the important work of this board. I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. And thank you to all the people who submitted applications to be on this board. And I'm grateful that all of the people who have been serving for the last 2 years, most of them, except for one, are very interested, and I think there's really a good team. I'm a little disappointed that there's no women on this board. But hopefully in the next couple of years, we'll have a woman apply again. But with that, I would like to recommend the reappointment of Mr. Ryan Miller, Mr. Vicente Perry, and Mr. Daniel Goodman, and Mr. Stuart Ashman. And I support the recommendation of Mr. Brian Locke from to be a new member from the Santa Fe Brewing Company.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So
you.
we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second, discussion.
Is it under discussion, Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, Lisa, just wanted to let you know the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board, which is actually something that the county's implemented in the last probably, 7, 8 years, and really has moved forward. And you as staff, as well as working with the entire community out in the county areas outside of the municipality limits, you've done a great job, as well as our marketing crew that we actually have hired. But some of these individuals here, that these businesses are very essential for being in the area of El Rancho de los Golondrinas. What more can you say about that, about history of Santa Fe County? Bobcat Bite Inn, they just recently got a new, they have some new burgers out there here, and they actually have opened, their burgers are very large right here, very good. Four Seasons Resort has been there for many, many years. It did go through a remodel about probably 7, 8 years ago. Beautiful place. Mr. Brian Locke, actually, for those of you who have not driven down the old Turquoise Trail, which is pretty much Cerrillos Road, all the way down to I-40 down there. Mr. Locke has actually done an excellent job at his facility out there. And, it took a little bit of some challenges to go through our zoning department. However, the summertime out there, live music, it's actually a beautiful venue out there. But I recommend the approvals as well as for the recommendation that Commissioner Hanson did, but thank you for a good job. And it's actually good to see when you go to a restaurant and you see this great advertisement or stuff of Santa Fe County out there on the monitors. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question. Which of the people we're about to appoint is representing the general public? I can figure out the two who do
Okay.
represent the lodging industry. That's pretty easy, but I didn't know who was.
So Mr. Brian Locke will be representing the general public. However, he also does have a business interest within the county, and he is tied to economic development and tourism efforts as a whole. So he will represent the general public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Roybal, do you have a comment?
No, I just not really want to just agree with the recommendations. So, and I think that Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hughes did a great job recognizing the individuals and their accomplishments. So, just add that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have,
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal.
Hanson?
Lisa, I just have a quick question. So I know we distribute money throughout the county to different places. How do people apply?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hanson. So right now, we are working through some revised criteria for our Lodgers Tax Advisory Board grant program. It is for marketing, advertising, and promotion efforts for organizations that are nonprofits, government entities, and quasi-government entities to apply for funds to promote tourism-related events or tourism-related attractions. And so they can contact me at my work number 505-995-2761, and they can inquire. We will be releasing a notice of funding availability by end of the month for those organizations that are interested in applying.
Basically, they reach out to you, Lisa, and
Yes.
you send them the application and or kind of do some pre-screening, so to speak. And
Yes.
okay.
So if there is any organizations within your districts or any people from the public that are interested that have organizations for events or tourist attractions, I can speak with them or communicate with them in regard to the criteria, and then we can follow up.
And what was your phone number again?
It is 505-995-2761.
I just, somebody might be out there listening, and I thought it would be a good way to let people know that the LTAB does have a grant program and that people can apply.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no further discussion, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, and thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much.
That takes us, item 5, a couple of miscellaneous action items. 5A is a request for approval of the purchase of a Kenworth crane lift truck. Who are we? Welcome, Bill. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill Taylor with Santa Fe County Purchasing. Commissioners, we're here before you to ask approval to utilize a existing cooperative agreement through CES, Cooperative Educational Services Procurement. This is for the purchase of a lift crane truck. This truck is used by the Utilities Department Division in Public Works to pull pumps out of wet wells and replace them or repair them and reinstall them. And with that, the purpose of this before the board is to request approval to utilize an outside contract for an amount greater than $250,000. With that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Commissioner Garcia?
Madam Chair, Mr. Taylor, thank you for that. So I have a couple of questions on this. So can you explain to me the 10%, how that works? So is the truck actually 250,000 and 10% gets it to 307,000?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. And the reason we put the contingency in there is that we're experiencing some increases to parts by the particularly Kenworth, who has not been able to hold their price too long, even with the encumbrance. So we anticipate that this will be a solid price, and we may not need to exercise the contingency.
So thank you. So I did see the item in regards to the availability of parts, but whenever you go buy a vehicle, you would think that you're buying a complete vehicle. So what sort of parts are we needing to add to this utility truck?
What I've seen, Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia, what I've seen is Kenworth has entered into, sorry, Mr. Schaefer, if he could, it's force majeure, is that the correct pronunciation? That there are situations in the market where parts are not available, and I don't know the specific parts that are not available. We experienced it on a prior Kenworth that we purchased for the utilities department, the hook truck that was, I can't remember the exact equipment, but they are saying that it's beyond their control, act of God or pandemic or anything, that they wrap that around. And so we're putting the contingency in there to protect us against any kind of change to the amount, and we're hoping that we can get that for the original quote, less the contingency.
Thank you. So are we actually, do we feel, with all the acts that you mentioned, do we feel good that 10% is going to cover it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no. I do. I honestly, it's just hard to say. The department feels confident that we could bring it in for that contingency in that amount.
And just one last question, Madam Chair. So this, you have here that it'll be replacing wells. Are they taking out the casings of the well? Are they taking out the pumps? What exactly are they taking out? Because wells, you can't take out a well, correct? You can, but.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, from what I understand, we do not have this type of equipment at the department, and we contract that out, and it's simply to pull those pumps, not necessarily casing. If the pump can't be replaced or it needs to be re-drilled, then of course the casings and all of that stuff has to come out. I'm not sure if it includes the casings.
Thank you.
But it
Just
does
a couple
pull
of
the
reasons
pumps.
why I'm asking those questions towards the end is I know last year or year before, we did budget for a Vector truck, which is something that the county needs, and I don't know, you don't have to answer those questions, but I'm just interested in the Vector truck. This budget year, I'm also interested in the brush hog that has been down for the last year and a half, 2 years, that a couple of staff out there that are no longer with me told me about it, but those, I'm just thinking ahead with Kenworth and these acts of what happened is into whether for the two equipment that I have in my mind right now. Those are just why I'm asking some of these questions, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other
Madam Chair,
questions? Commissioner Henson?
I will make a motion to approve, but I do have a few questions also.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And under discussion, Commissioner Henson?
Thank you. So I understand that we're in this era of unknown parts and, that things are in flux, especially because of the pandemic and all of the things that have happened. So I want to make sure that when we're approving this, we have enough for them to buy this if something happens, or are they going to have to come back to us again? And so do we need to increase the contingency?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I don't believe so. I think that the
Okay.
contingency, the department does feel confident in a 10% contingency to cover any kind of cost increase for availability. There are a number of other orders in front of it that we wanted to get this in place, and we feel confident with documentation from Kenworth that they can deliver it within that price, that cost range. And if not the case, then a determination will be made whether we bring it back to the board or not.
Okay, thank you. I'm still good with my motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? So if not, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
So that takes us to item 5B.
Madam Chair, if you just want to check with Commissioner Roybal to make sure that his vote is recorded specifically.
I heard it. Commissioner Roybal?
Yes, I voted in the affirmative. Thank you.
He did the good thing of letting it delay just a little, so it was a singular voice. But it's always good to check. So item 5B is a resolution approving and accepting the FY 2021 audit.
Good afternoon, Chair Hamilton, Commissioners. Resolution before you is the acceptance of the fiscal year 2021 audited annual comprehensive financial report, which is now called the ACFR. First, I'd like to thank the board, the county manager's office, the departments, and the finance division staff for the timely completion of the audit. I would also like to thank REDW for the headaches, sleepless nights, and stress they caused during the audit. It was very much appreciated. We look forward to it every single year. All kidding aside, it was a tough year to get through, and to continue to complete the audit on time and with a clean opinion shows how important the county takes its financial matters. And it is with this county team that this continues to be done each and every year. County contracted with RDW to perform the annual audit, which they will now present to the board, as required by Rule 2.2.2.10M4 NMAC. Today we have Steve Montoya, Jonathan Rothweiler, and Ethan Loya from RDW to present the audit to the board, and I'll turn it over to them. They're on WebEx, I believe.
Very much appreciated. And just before they break in, I apologize. Yvonne, I never said your name, and then you didn't either, so I didn't know if Karen
Sorry.
needed it, but, thank you.
Well, thank you, Yvonne. Madam Chair, just want to make sure everybody can hear me okay.
Yes, Han, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We appreciate the time today. I will go ahead and share my screen if that's okay.
Yes, and if you could just hold on 1 minute, because I believe Commissioner Hanson cannot hear you, but it might be her earpiece, and we'll just let her get a moment to straighten that out. But you can hear Commissioner Hanson, you just can't see the thing on your... Thanks for your patience, Mr. Montoya.
No problem, Madam Chair. Just tell me when you're ready.
I will. We haven't had that many technical difficulties, so I guess we should be grateful for that. We had to start out the year with thing.
Madam Chair, if I may, while we're waiting,
Commissioner Garcia?
I'd just like to thank our entire staff, and Yvonne, thank you. You made some very important comments right there, which Santa Fe County takes financial matters very seriously. And under Manager Miller and previous managers, as well as yourself and the entire staff, we actually submits items to the financial department, whether it's a purchase order or a payout request. It's very important to Santa Fe County, and my colleagues up here, we realize that. And for you and your entire team to get the audit on time, and a good audit, we'll hear from the auditors right now, because you said you gave them a lot of stress. but that's okay. But nonetheless, just wanted to thank you for Santa Fe County. Yes, we do take our financial matters very seriously, and you did get it in on time, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes,
Chair Hamilton, Commissioner Garcia, thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes.
I would like to chime in and say, I am,
You just went off.
I would also like to say that I am extraordinarily grateful that our audit is on time, and that means a lot to the board, and we're grateful for all your hard work, because it is not an easy lift. I know that, and so thank you very, very much.
Chair Hamilton, Commissioner Hanson, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks, and thanks to both of you for recognizing the staff for such an outstanding ongoing performance. So, Mr. Montoya, we're back to you.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I'd also like to just extend a thank you to Yvonne and her team, the finance department, just for their assistance throughout the audit. You know, it's a big annual comprehensive financial report. You know, it's about 300 pages is the whole document. And from our team, we have about 900 hours that are put into the audit each year. And so, you know, significant amount of efforts go from the county side and also from the audit side. So we appreciate everybody's time, and I'll go ahead and go on to our presentation. So I'm here, as Yvonne mentioned, to present our audit reports in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, which is in accordance with the state audit rule. The scope of our audits included the financial statement audit for FY 2021 and the federal compliance audit for FY 2021 as well. So we have the single audit that's in conjunction with our financial statement audit. We had met with the audit committee and with management on November 30th, 2021 to present our audit results. And that's also known as the exit conference, that we present that information before it goes over to the state auditor's office. We then submitted our audit results and over to the state auditor's office. So as of today, you know, our financial statement and federal audits are complete for the year ended June 30th, 2021. Our audits were conducted in accordance with the auditing standards, U.S. Generally Accepted Auditing Standards, the government auditing standards, the uniform guidance, which is the federal requirements, and also the New Mexico State Audit Rule. You know, as always, you know, our audit objective is to obtain reasonable, but not absolute assurance. So, you know, we're looking at transactions, financial transactions that occurred during the year. We're looking at the balances at year end and looking at it from a materiality viewpoint. And so materiality, you know, it's one of those items that, you know, when we think about it, we think about would it impact decision makers? You know, would it affect their decision on making a financial judgment on the financial statements? And so we're not there to obtain, you know, absolute assurance. So we're not testing 100% of the documents, but we are looking at it from a risk-based approach and looking to see if, you know, we want to make sure that we're obtaining reasonable assurance. So as Yvonne alluded to, we did issue unmodified opinions on the financial statements and on the federal programs compliance reports, the single audit. And so that's the highest level of assurance that we can provide as auditors. So that's also known as a clean opinion, is what it's also referred to. And so, you know, the financial statements were presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And so the state auditor's office, they have approved the reports. They gave their approval on December 27th, 2021, and the reports are available on the state auditor's website. So as part of our audit, we do evaluate the internal controls over financial reporting. The primary purpose of us looking at the controls of the county is to modify our procedures and develop our audit program steps. And so what we do is we go and look at the county's controls. We review the minutes. We have inquiries with various department personnel or personnel of the county. And as we do some analytic procedures as well, just to kind of look at numbers, comparison from prior year or other expectations. And that's all part of just looking to see if we consider any significant risks to the financial statements. And then based on those risks, we'll then design our audit procedures to be in line with those risks that we've determined during the planning stage of the audit. And so as part of that, we sometimes come across internal control matters that we need to report over to management and also to the Board of County Commissioners. And so this slide here, this has kind of the definitions of the control deficiencies. So if we come into a matter that we identify an internal control issue, we'll evaluate it to see if how it fits into these categories. And so if it's, a control deficiency that's more in line with just communicating to management, that's viewed as it's viewed as a deficiency of internal controls. So that means that, there was a control breakdown, but, we didn't consider it significant enough to bring to those charged with governance, or we didn't consider it to be a control matter that would result in a material misstatement of the financials. If the control matter is significant though, to where we think, well, this also should be communicated to those charged with governance, which would be you, then we'll categorize that deficiency as a significant deficiency. If there's a control deficiency or a combination of control deficiencies that could result in a material misstatement, so of not being detected or corrected in a timely manner, then that would be kind of the highest level of a control deficiency, and that would be more of a the most serious of matters from a control standpoint. And so we would definitely communicate that as well to you during our audit. And so as part of our audit for this last year, good thing is we had no material weaknesses identified in our audit. So we didn't, that third level category, we didn't identify any internal control deficiencies that we would consider to be a material weakness that would be a control breakdown that would not catch something that would be material to the financials. And so that's a good thing, that we didn't identify any such matters. We did during our audit identify a significant deficiency, however, so that's kind of that middle category, which is a control deficiency that we consider important enough to bring up to those charged with governance. And this one was for financial reporting. There was some errors in the financial statements, the original draft that we received. We communicated those to management, and management was able to correct those errors that were in the financials. And so there was a few of them that we identified during the audit. I think a lot of this had to do with just time for the review process from the financial from the department to be able to kind of review the overall financials a little bit more thoroughly before providing them over to us for the audit. That I think is primarily the cause of just some staff vacancies that were there during the audit, and so understandable, and those those errors, they were corrected, and management was able to take care of those and make the changes before the final reports were submitted. And so that was the only control deficiency that was a significant deficiency. We're going to go over a few more items regarding control deficiencies that are required to be reported in accordance with the State Audit Act. And so we'll go ahead and go over to this next slide, which is going to be the single audit results. And with this, I'll go ahead and kick it over to John Rothweiler. He was the senior manager on the audit engagement, and he's going to kind of take you through. This is the federal compliance portion of our audit results, and then he'll also communicate some of the state audit finding results as well. Okay, John, do you want to take over from here? Seems like, John, I don't think you have your audio working. Okay. And if I don't know if I need to stop. Let's see. And I'll go ahead, if John can't get his audio, I'll just go ahead and continue. Because we were going to kind of break it up with him presenting that. But I'll go ahead and continue just so I don't hold things up. And so we did have the one program that we audited this year was the Coronavirus Relief Fund. And that was, this was a new program that was tested this year. So this was related to the coronavirus relief funds that the county received through the state. And so in the past, we had tested the vouchers program as part of the housing vouchers program. So it was different this year for the county that we had to test that this year. This is probably going to be very common, though, across the state with the relief funds that were coming into the different entities, public entities. And so we did have one finding to report related to this one program, and this had to do with allowable costs. There was one of the payroll transactions that we tested that did related to an employee that performed services after the period that the subcontract allowed for. So the subcontract ended on December 30th of 2020, and there was some payroll expenditures that was $433, so very minor. But that had been incurred after December 30th of 2020. And so it looked to be like an isolated incident. There wasn't any further expenses that were incurred past December 30th. And so that was the only expenses that we found that were unallowable just because it was past the period that the contract was for. Okay. And so moving on to our other findings. So these other findings are required by state statute. So these are also considered to be the New Mexico state audit findings. We're required to report on this as well. We had one finding that we identified this year that was a repeat finding from prior year. And so this first one was collateralization. And so there's the county is required to have at least up to 50% of pledged collateral on their investments or cash on their cash deposits that they hold at year end. And so there was I think we found one deposit that was over or that was uncollateralized at year end. So it was uninsured at year end at 2021. And then the other two findings, these were two new findings this year, which was expenditures that were in excess of the budgeted amounts. So these are the approved budgets that the county has. There was some expenditures that were in excess of those budgeted amounts. And then the last finding there is for our personal action forms. And so we had found that there was 11 employees out of 25 employees tested that didn't have their most recent pay rate in their personnel file. And that primarily had to do with the COLA increases that the county had. It was approved, but that the increase in their pay just wasn't included in their personnel file as far as what the current updated rate was for those employees. So there was no unallowable expenses that were found. It was just that a documentation matter about making sure that the personal action forms include the most current pay rate for all the employees. Okay. And so this next slide here shows a summary of the prior year audit findings. And so kind of the key takeaway of this is that, there was 5 findings in the previous year. So in FY 2020's audit, there were 5 findings, and 4 of those findings were resolved in current year. So it does show that the county, is taking the audit findings serious and, making sure that they are correcting the issues from the prior year. So, all of them were corrected with exception of the collateralization finding. And the collateralization finding, we wanted to also just say that, that did improve. I think in prior year, there were more exceptions found as far as deposits that were under collateralized. This year, it was, less institutions that were under collateralized and a much smaller balance. And so even with that one, there was improvements made. We just had to still report it because there was still deposits that were uncollateralized. Okay. And then with that, there were, we do list out our other required communications. I won't go through all of these just because I think you guys have this all here in writing. But, really there was no significant changes from our audit. There was no other matters to report other than what I've reported today. We had all of the skills necessary to do the audit. We didn't have to obtain outside specialized skills. And then we're not aware of any other consultations with other accountants. There was no other disagreements. There was no disagreements with management about any of the matters. We were always able to resolve the matters with management. Yvonne's always been great to work with. No significant difficulties encountered during our audit. And no other matters that we consider significant to report. We've also obtained management rep letter representations from management. And that's always done at the end of the year, just management representing that they've given us all information and, the financials are accurately reported. And then our engagement letter, of course, provides further responsibilities for both the county and for the firm. And so with that, I'll go ahead and take any questions that you may have. And we'll open it up just to see if there's anything we can discuss or address.
Thank you very much. So, Yvonne, do you have anything before I go to questions?
No, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Montoya. And I want to echo what Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hansen said. This is really a good report card on our finances. And Yvonne, I think that's a great statement of all your efforts throughout the year. Resolving most of last year's findings is good, and having a clean audit on time. Not to mention any other entities that don't always do that, but I think it's great that we met that criteria. I just had a question. I was wondering if there is staffing shortages and other things you might need to help, because, you know, the idea with the findings is we always want to improve, of course, and have different findings or maybe no findings next year. But what could we do to help you, or what do you need to you know, make the finance office work more efficiently?
Chair Hamilton, Commissioner Hughes, actively recruiting, letting people out, and in the community that Santa Fe County has all kinds of vacancies in the finance department as well as other departments within the county, and the county is a great place to work for. What we're finding is we're just having a hard time getting candidates actually to apply. So all these positions have been posted, some of them for more than a year now. We have had opportunities to interview some candidates. Unfortunately, we've lost them to other organizations due to the timing of trying to get the process done to be able to make the offer. We are currently looking at using an organization to help us do some recruiting nationwide. That process that packet is actually with purchasing right now. We do have hopefully a potential candidate for the deputy director position, but just trying to find people to actually apply for those positions. What will happen is if we don't get our positions filled, we'll look at using contractors to help us do some of the reviews that were missed during the audit on the final statements that caused that finding, the significant deficiency finding. So we have some options. We just really need to get these positions filled, basically.
Thank you. That's what I probably thought. But anything we can do to help, I think we should try to help you get those positions filled. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia and then Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Just a quick question on that. Are you receiving these applicants from the HR department? Because I've heard of several individuals that have actually applied for some of these key positions, and it doesn't seem to, they don't get a call back or anything, but that's just, I hope you're getting these applicants that have applied for through the HR department. I'm sure Elias will actually take care of that or handle that stuff. But nonetheless, in regards to the audit, it's actually a good-looking audit. Actually, the scenery that somebody took from your staff did a really good job, and the pictures in there, as well as the audit's actually beautiful. And the last page with your staff, they all took a picture back there.
Yes.
First time I ever see that, but good job. In regards to the, we had a finding last year, and we still continue to have this finding with the Treasurer's Office. Is somebody here from the Treasurer's Office? No? And in regards to, Yvonne, I don't know if you have talked with the treasurer, but it's regarding the collateralization, and it looks like we're still working on it from last year. And I believe, has anybody talked to the treasurer, and what are they going to do with that? And if the auditor can actually tell me, is this in regards to the cash deposits that we were doing last year, that we had to deposit them at a certain time when we weren't? Can somebody explain to me the 2 or 3 questions I have?
Chair Hamilton, Commissioner Garcia, the Finance Division is in constant communication with the Treasurer's Office on the collateralization. The issue stems from the investments we purchased through CDs. So what happens is when a CD is purchased, we usually purchase them at $250,000, which is the max that they're covered under the FDIC insurance. Anything above that would have to be collateralized separately from that FDIC. So what happens is at the end of the year, when we value our assets based upon the accounting standards, we have to use fair market value. So some of those CDs will actually appreciate, and that appreciation is what's not covered under the FDIC, causing it to be under collateralized. Before year end 2021, the Treasurer's Office actually went through and sold redeemed most of those CDs, and then purchased other CDs at a lower amount or other investments. Unfortunately, we had, I think, 3, but definitely less than 5 CDs that were still purchased at $250,000. and they had appreciation that caused us to continue to have the finding. Now, in regards to the other question on the deposits, the 24-hour rule, we actually resolved that process. So there were no deposits that were tested that were not deposited with the bank within 24 hours. Part of that is the Treasurer's Office implemented a remote depositing process. Basically, some departments have a scanner at their office that they're able to scan the check, and that goes directly to the bank. So instead of having to wait to do a run to downtown to deposit with the Treasurer's Office, they're able to actually deposit with the bank directly.
Madam Chair, thank you for those answers, Yvonne. Roughly, do you know how many CDs that the county does go out over $250,000?
Chair Hamilton, Commissioner Garcia, as of right now, I don't. I'd have to go and look to see what we have, but as of the end of the year, I want to say it was about 3, but I'm not positive.
So will this question always arise for any CD we purchased over 250?
If we can get the Treasurer's Office to get rid of these CDs, if we still have them right now, to get rid of them and purchase any CDs that we want to purchase in the future, just try to do it about 235 or 240,000, just so that that CD will always be covered by that FDIC insurance, and then we won't have this issue. All of our other balances are collateralized sufficiently through Sunflower Bank right now.
So a CD over $250,000, how much does that mature to or go beyond the 250 that we need to be concerned about?
Well, because the 250, the FDIC insurance is capped at 250. We want to make sure that anything that we purchase that's going to be covered under that is going to be well below the 250, so it's always covered. So it could be under collateralized for $1 based upon state statute. This kind of depends on the fair market value of that CD at the time that we do the financial statements.
Thank you. So what's your sense what the treasurer is going to do, or do you need some assistance from my colleagues here to actually assist or ask the treasurer to purchase CDs under 250?
I've talked to Treasurer Manzanares, and she's aware of it. I do need to talk with her again about to check to see if we still have the CDs and to see what we're going to do about that. But I'm not getting a sense that I'll have any kind of resistance on that. We'll take care of it before year end.
So at our next meeting, can you just give me or us an update of where your talks are with the treasurer?
Yes.
And I think thank you once again for a good audit. Thank you for the audit committee, my fellow colleagues up here that sit on the audit committee that actually on November 29th gave a recommendation or were briefed on that, but thank you. Appreciate Santa Fe County getting their audit in on time.
Chair Hamilton,
Thank you.
Thank you,
Garcia,
Commissioner.
thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you very much. So the way that I have always looked at audits is that they're to make us better. So if we find a finding like we found with the Treasurer's Office, it's a consistency, that we figure out how to help them be better. And I know at the one of the last investment committee meetings, we did talk about that. And so I agree with you 100% that we need to stay on top of this so that we don't have these issues with the Treasurer's Office. That seems to be where most of our findings have been for the last number of years. And I think that, audits are there to make us better. They're not punishments. They're not a bad thing. They're to make us better. And Santa Fe County has good audits in general. And so I am appreciative of all the work that everyone does to make our audits good and functional and responsive to the constituent and the taxpayer, because that is really what is important. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Roybal, do you have any questions on this item?
No, I didn't have any questions, but I did want to thank staff and auditors, Mr. Montoya and John, great job job. I think that, as Commissioner Hanson indicated, the audits make us better every year. And so I'm really happy with staff. I've been a commissioner for 7 years now, and I have to say, every year the finance department really performs outstanding when it comes to our audits. And, are just a great group in general. And I have to give a lot of kudos to Director Herrera. She's been our director for the last couple of years at least. It's been a difficult time, given the pandemic that we're in. So once again, just a huge thank you to our staff and our auditors. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, I apologize. I just have one more interesting piece of news. One of the top 10 jobs in the United States is a financial manager. And so that is what people are looking for, and what people need to spend their education on, because these are financial managers are really sought after jobs. And I support you going with an outside firm to find financial managers. I support any way that we can broaden the field to find financial people to work in the finance department. So thank you for thinking in a more outside the box sort of way of contracting with another firm. I had just did an executive search for one of the boards that I sit on, the Northern Rio Grande, and we hired an outside person to do a search for an executive director, and I found it really successful. So thank you. I'm happy to hear that.
Thank you,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Hanson. So are there any other questions from the board?
Madam
Commissioner
Chair, I'd
Hanson?
like to move for approval.
I second.
Okay, great, thank you. I have a motion from Commissioner Roybal and a second from Commissioner Hanson. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
For the record, once again, I voted in the affirmative.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Roybal, for being proactive on that. And Deputy Clerk, do I have, can I get a resolution number? I
Of
bet I
course,
could
Madam
guess it.
Chair. This will be resolution number 2022-002.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Director. So that takes us to item 6, which is presentations. Tonight we have a presentation on the LaSalle Center, and we have multiple people. Maybe I'll let you guys introduce yourselves.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Alex Dominguez with Santa Fe County Community Services Department, the Behavioral Health Services Program. Before I introduce our presenters, I'd like to give a brief synopsis on how we got here. In 2014, Santa Fe County developed a health action plan to establish priorities to guide the county in healthcare spending. The overwhelming recommendation was the need for a crisis center. In 2016, county voters approved a bond authorizing $2 million in capital funds for a behavioral health crisis center. In 2017, the Board of County Commissioners voted to support a 1/8 gross receipts tax, with $1.6 million of that going for the operation of the crisis center. That year, the county also released a request for proposals for the planning and operation of the crisis center. In 2018, the Board of County Commissioners approved a county-owned building located at 2052 Galisteo Street as a future location for the county crisis center. Also in 2018, New Mexico Solutions was selected as part of the RFP process to be our primary partner to plan and operate the crisis center. The county also released at that time another request for proposal to provide inpatient detoxification services for substance use disorders. And in 2019, Santa Fe Recovery was selected as a managing partner for residential detox services for adults challenged with substance use disorders. In May of 2020, construction efforts began to renovate the Galisteo building to serve as a future Santa Fe County Behavioral Health Crisis Center. Renovations were completed in May of 2021. In June, Santa Fe Recovery moved into the building, and the following month in July, New Mexico Solutions moved in. Today, I stand before you with our two primary partners who will be presenting on the current status of client care and services at the Crisis Center, now known as La Sala. But before I hand this over to them, I would like to say that on behalf of CSD, we would like to thank all former and current Santa Fe County Board Commissioners and Manager Miller for your support, vision, and tenacity in making an identified gap in service back in 2014 into a reality of what is today maybe the only, but definitely the only one here in New Mexico of a behavioral health crisis center in this state that offers a unique blend of co-located substance use services complemented next door by mental health care. This is a model that is not only unique to New Mexico, one that is being duplicated here in New Mexico, and in my opinion, will be duplicated nationwide. With that, I am very proud and very thankful for all of the support from the former again and current commission and leadership for helping us to get to this point. That being said, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Laura Grant. She's the Chief Operating Officer for Santa Fe Recovery.
Thank you. As Alex said, I'm Laura Grant, Chief Operating Officer with Santa Fe Recovery Center, not Sylvia Barella, who is on your agenda today. She is our CEO, and she is recovering from COVID. I'd also like to start with some gratitude. I want to thank Rachel O'Connor and Alex Dominguez, the Public Works Department, the county manager, and the commission for their partnership and support for delivering really a wonderful facility at La Sala. We also want to express our gratitude to the county, Christus St. Vincent, and the Quorum Foundation for their ongoing operational support. A little history. Santa Fe Recovery Center took over the operations of the Sobering Center from the county and Christus St. Vincent in 2017. That facility accommodated 15 clients, 10 men and 5 women. We moved the facility from Galisteo Street during the renovation period to the Midtown campus. It continued to serve 15 clients. When we moved back to Galisteo Street to really beautifully renovated facility in June 30th last year, it allowed us to increase capacity from 15 to 27. So we now can take 17 men and 10 females. We also detox pregnant women. The detox program operates 24/7 for the purpose of providing safe, monitored, and medically monitored residential detox with withdrawal treatment. With the move back to Galisteo, the Galisteo Street premise, we're more effectively able to provide this enhanced detox care because of the layout of the facility, offering better visibility of clients when they are detoxing. And with this increased level of care, we are able to accept individuals with a broader range of addictions, as well as people with co-occurring medical conditions. In June of last year, our new medical director, Josh Lederman, joined us, and he changed our admissions protocols. So individuals who were previously excluded because of certain drug use are now admitted. So we will take clients using fentanyl, benzodiazepine, as well as clients with serious psychological diagnoses as long as they're on medication. This is a significant philosophical shift in how we are admitting clients to detox, and I'll talk a little bit later about some of the statistics, and they prove out. So according to our medical director, if a person can walk into the admissions building, we can take them into our care. And this allows the recovery center to take most referrals from the community. This is a significant shift. We have improved relations with the hospitals, Christus and Presbyterian, as well as the ARU, which has facilitated admission to clients coming into care. And in addition, Santa Fe Recovery Center collaborates very closely with New Mexico Solutions at La Sala on patients entering their facility who may need detox services. It's a very close working relationship with the crisis center. The average stay in detox is 5 days. After they've completed detox, they're encouraged to go on either into our residential program or another residential program and outpatient services. Clients receive medication management while they're in detox to help them with their withdrawal symptoms. They see counselors, therapists, as well as case management. The program is staffed by registered nurses, medical technicians, who are primarily medical assistants and CNAs. They are the primary caregivers at detox. But we have a strong team that is led by Dr. Josh Lederman and detox managers, an RN, Janelle Scully, and an MA, Janet Silva. We also have 24/7 medical on-call. As I mentioned, individuals are seen by a therapist. We use evidence-based models. Clients, after they spend 24 to 48 hours and start feeling better, they're encouraged to join activities which include 12-step meetings, peer support, medication education, harm reduction, meditation, art therapy, chair yoga, etc. We also provide nutritious meals and snacks to clients in detox. Food and hydration is a very important part of helping clients deal with withdrawals. We collaborate with various organizations in the community to provide clients with as many services and local supports as possible. Case management, which is available to all clients at detox, works to support clients in social determinants to health. This includes registration for food stamps, finding PCPs, enrollment in Medicaid, starting to work with them on legal issues, dealing with the courts or parole officers, and parole officers. Homelessness is a big concern. We work with, here in Santa Fe, with St. Elizabeth Shelter, the Midtown Shelter, Esperanza, the Salvation Army at Pete's Place, as well as shelters outside of the area. I was talking to Alex earlier and just wanted to relay the impact of the increased capacity at La Sala. In 2020, which was a difficult year for everybody, we saw, I'm talking calendar year, we admitted 722 patients to detox. In 2021, we admitted 1,011. And 60% of those are in the last half of the year from July to December. And I would suggest that the greatest impact on the census would come with this change in philosophy for admissions. We are, like everybody else, dealing with significant challenges in the cost of staffing, which has increased significantly, in the difficulty in finding nurses, counselors, and some direct care staff, and we are currently, like everybody else, experiencing difficulties with the COVID surge, but we are managing, and we never closed our doors. We have not closed our doors during this pandemic. We continue to pursue 24/7 nursing, which will allow us to stock certain medications and not rely, so we no longer have to rely on hospital pharmacies. It's been a challenge and really an honor to see how the facility has worked, and it has transformed the way our patients feel when they come into detox at La Sala. It is a facility that makes them feel like we care about them. So we continue to work with our partners in the community to meet the needs of those most vulnerable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we move on, are there any questions the commissioners would care to ask at this point? Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think this is something that's long overdue for our community, and we have been trying to tackle this problem, nationwide, obviously, but for our community. And recently, in the last 2, 3, 5 years, I think Santa Fe County has stepped up to the plate to help out individuals. And as you mentioned earlier, first of all, thank you for what you all do for this type of need through our community. As you mentioned earlier, it's an honor to actually see how it's working and what's needed in this community. I myself know individuals that I've seen individuals that are actually on fentanyl and everything else that's out there on these streets, and it's not a good thing. And I actually see these people's lives actually ending quick. And it's good to hear that your admissions has changed dramatically than what it was before, because I have a good friend of mine that his daughter she needed some help. And she had to be sober for 30, 45 days in order to get into a facility like this. And it was just crazy to hear that, because she finally had to go to California. But it's just, I'll sit up with me a little bit more with staff and to go through the facility. But like I said, this is just something that's needed in the community. And one of the things I'm interested in is whenever somebody leaves that, do we actually track them, follow them, and trace them, and to see where they're at in the next year, 2, 3 years, hopefully? So those are just some of the questions I have, but it's just something that's great and needed in this community. And if there's something that you need from us, please let us know, but I will ask some detailed questions whenever I do visit the site or talk with Rachel and whoever I need to speak with, because I just want to make sure that it's working and it's helping, because as you mentioned, there's 27 beds there. You mentioned about 700 people a year before, 1,000 almost. That's a lot of individuals that are out there, that the ones that come forward that need help. And so how do we actually, as the community policymakers here actually, for lack of terms, advertise this is out there. And without internet, because some of those individuals out there that need help, they don't look at the internet and they don't look up one day and say, I need some help. It's word of mouth, and here's a great place we can go. Here's a pamphlet. I don't know how we do it, but it's something that's needed in our community. And so thank you for the presentation. Alex, thank you for what you do. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I did hear a couple of questions. Were those things that you wanted as discussion points at now? Okay. Okay. Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree with everything Commissioner Garcia said. I guess one of my questions is, this is only detox, right? It isn't the further treatment?
I am reporting on detox at La Sala, but Santa Fe Recovery Center offers the full continuum of care: short-term residential, extended residential, recovery housing, and sober living, as well as outpatient. We recognize that that is the key to recovery.
Right. And I guess I was wondering, do you keep track of how many people who go through the detox then go on to either your further programs or other people's?
Yes, we do, and the numbers are very, very high. About 73% go on into residential treatment and with us, and about 20% go on to outpatient treatment, either with us or with another program.
Okay, and Commissioner Garcia did start to ask this, but then do you track people beyond that to see how they're doing?
Yes, we do. We don't track them out 3 years. We track them out 6 months. And we encourage people who are having difficulty in their recovery or relapse. There is no shame in that. We connect them. We ask them to come back.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you may or may not know, I used to run St. Elizabeth Shelter, and so I knew a lot of people who had this problem, and I think it's great that we have more help than we did back when I was doing that, because it is a struggle, and people struggle often for years with addiction problems. What gaps are there? I mean, if you're able to serve 1,000, is that meeting the need, or do we really need the ability to serve 2,000, or?
Well, we probably don't need the ability to serve 1,000 in detox, but the need is moving further out in the in the continuum of care: recovery housing, workforce development. Some of those, really the pillars of your recovery, community, and those kind of things. Santa Fe Recovery Center has purchased a building to increase residential beds here in Santa Fe. So we are working to meet the demand, moving along in the continuum of care.
Right, and I think we heard a little bit about that project earlier, and so that sounds like meeting one of the needs we have going forward. And I know that we also recently voted to work with the city to purchase another motel for more affordable housing that would help people who are homeless, and some of whom would have substance abuse and mental health issues. And I'm hoping that we can have a plan where all these things sort of come together and we eventually meet the whole need. We're not close, I know.
but working together is going to be a key.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I know we have another presentation, Alex, so I imagine you want to move along some.
Yes, thank you again. And I did want to address one thing, and thank you again for asking these questions. Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia asked about the follow-up of clients, and we are adding to our contracts across the board 30, 90, and 60-day follow-ups on these clients, so we want to know that they're being followed up, and trying to keep our contracts uniform across all of the services that we contract outside. And also in regards to your question, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, regarding the advertising of these services, Through our Connect program, that's exactly what it's built to do, where we have a number of navigators throughout the community who are connecting individuals immediately in real time with real warm, honest handoffs to the services they need immediately. So we are trying to address that, and all of our contractors too are, through the scope of work, are required to have navigators within their own agency being part of this Connect program. So that is also a uniform effort through the Community Services Department regarding all services. That being said, now I'd like to introduce Ms. Kate Field. She is the Director of Crisis Services for New Mexico Solutions. She came aboard just recently, but some of you may be familiar with her, as she has also been part of our contracts in the past for similar services. So with that, Ms. Field.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. Very pleased to be presenting. If it's all right, I'll take my mask off to address you.
Thank you.
I have some material here, if I may, to hand out to you to follow along. Would you mind? Thank you. It's a printout of a PowerPoint, essentially, that you might want to refer to later. As a point of introduction, my name is Kate Field. I am proud to say that I served in Santa Fe County Fire Department as a firefighter EMT for 8 years. Nod to Madam Chair, and that's certainly something that informed the work that I do now in behavioral health. I'd like to offer regrets from New Mexico Solutions Executive Director, Dr. David Lay. He is supporting his facilities in Albuquerque who are experiencing some pretty significant staffing shortages due to COVID, of course. So I know that for the most part you're familiar with the Crisis Center, but I'd like to provide a little bit more clarification about what the center is and what we do there and how it's unfolding. We are a walk-in facility for immediate same-day access to behavioral health services. We operate in a living room model, so that's a non-clinical setting. It's a very relaxed, comfortable setting. Couches, tables, rooms set aside where people can lie down and rest. We have shower facilities, we have laundry facilities, and we provide food to individuals who are needing that type of service. We are an intermediate level, so that's something that's new to Santa Fe. It's something that falls in between traditional outpatient behavioral health and emergency hospitalization. I think that across the nation we're learning how to utilize this type of service and this type of crisis triage center. We're currently open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 as a starting point, but ultimately, and hopefully within the next couple months, we'll be open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. We're really looking at the patterns that we see in the community, the feedback that we get, and we intend to adapt as needed. So Alex provided you with a little bit of history on the center. You'll see in the packet there's a description of the living room model. This is something that has come about mostly in the recovery world of behavioral health that provides individuals to work with certified peer support workers, as I said, in a relaxed home-like environment. In our facility, you have the opportunity to do that, to work with a certified peer support worker, but you can also talk with a licensed clinician or a case manager. We do have a nurse on staff at all times, and we have a psychiatric prescriber when needed, available through telehealth. We are very pleased to be able to share our space with partnering agencies such as the Santa Fe County LEAD program, the City of Santa Fe Mobile Integrated Health Program, Santa Fe County Fire COOP, and Christus St. Vincent Hugs. We have a number of spaces in the building where they can come in and meet their clients, and if they need, they can engage with us, or they can just use the space as a meeting space that's safe and appropriate. We are able to provide some emergency housing, really through hotel vouchers. That is certainly our number one challenge in navigating individuals from crisis to the next steps. I would say that maybe about 30% of the individuals that we see are experiencing homelessness challenges or are precariously housed. What we have found is that to a large degree, we're providing services for individuals who have difficulty accessing traditional care. So they're experiencing complex chronic crisis with several layers to it. A lot of people think of crisis as one and done, same day, and then you're better and you're attached to services and you go on your way. When in fact, delivery of crisis services is long and slow. It takes time, and it takes a number of agencies and providers to solve the problems for individuals. I think that in Santa Fe, we have, so far at the Crisis Center, we see the full spectrum of individuals. We have private individuals who will come in with a life circumstance crisis, but then we'll have someone who is seeking detox services, they're homeless, and they have family conflict issues. We need to be able to provide supportive services and meet all of those needs and address those challenges for those individuals. And I think that so far we're doing that. I think that it's very much critical that we collaborate with our partners. We spend a great deal of time providing care coordination and consultation with Christus St. Vincent and the City Fire Department, Santa Fe Recovery, of course, the shelters in the community. We really do all need to work together. So I was actually fascinated myself to look at these numbers of the individuals served in the Crisis Center since opening at the end of July. The in-person contacts at the Crisis Center totaled 91 people. The mobile crisis response, which I'll talk about a little bit further, in-person contacts is 48. And something that gets overlooked but is important during this pandemic is the telephonic interventions that we provide, which would otherwise be in-person contacts. Those are totaling about 147. I think that's a low number, but that's approximately where we're at. We have a list of our partners, our community partners that you can reference in the packet. I think that the success of this program will hinge on those relationships, and thus far I've been very pleased to see how well supported we are. I'm very grateful to be a part of this program. I think it's really quite remarkable, and I'd like to offer my gratitude to Santa Fe County. I've watched this process over many years. I started in mobile crisis as an intern many years ago, and this is really wonderful to be able to do the work in a facility like this. Are there any questions for me?
Excellent, thank you very much. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on EMT. As Commissioner Hughes has seen this stuff firsthand and worked with them many years ago. In the past, that's where I first met Commissioner Hughes, as we were trying to get a project done for this type of situation, but thank you for what you do as well. Questions is, you talked about this being an intermediate facility. Can you explain to me the 2 or 3 or 4 different levels of the types of facilities?
Sure, of course. So you may know that in New Mexico, we currently have 3 crisis triage centers. Ours is a daytime service. We are not 24/7 There are two others, one in Albuquerque and one in Las Cruces, that provide 24/7 services for involuntary individuals. That's a higher level of care. It's much closer to an ER facility. We only see people who are voluntary, who want to be there, who are able to participate in treatment. They may be experiencing some psychosis, for example, or some suicidal ideation. They may have a mild level of intoxication, but as long as they're able to consent and participate, we can work with them. So the outpatient setting, your traditional counseling center where you'd go in and see a therapist, that would be that traditional outpatient level. Then you have the crisis triage centers, and frankly, it's evolving, right? Everything's changing across the nation. And then you have hospitalization above that. So having the intermediate level gives us the opportunity to slow the clock. So if you have, for example, the fire department will bring us in the alternative response unit an individual who may be experiencing suicidal ideation, but they're not acute. There are certain criteria that make them not appropriate for the ER. They can spend several hours with us working on a treatment plan, a safety plan. We can evaluate a little bit slower in a more humane manner for them. We can involve their community resources and supports and make sure that they then get established with long-term care, which right now can take several weeks to months.
Also, you talked about 18 years and older. What about our 17-year-olds and younger?
I would like nothing more, Commissioner, to see a crisis center for adolescents and youth. It's a dire need in our community, absolutely. I wish that we could provide that service. Hopefully someday we can do that.
This is probably something my colleagues and I need to talk about, but one of the things I was going to bring up for that is we were going to look into the old facility off of Airport Road, which we at once, probably 5-7 years ago, actually, there was a work-related type facility where people may leave your facility, go there, work, and live, and we actually remodeled the entire east half of that, and I don't know where it's gone, but this is something that we all need to communicate and talk with because it is equipped, and we did approve that on the whole east side of the old jail out there on Airport Road. So I'm just thinking a little bit ahead out there.
Sure.
So do different types of facilities talk to each other? You talk about a living room model.
Mm-hmm.
I understand whenever you go see a counselor, they put you across a desk. That doesn't work for me.
Right.
It's just you might as well get interrogated by the police officer sitting across a desk. But I think the living room model works. But do you talk to the 3 or 4 other 10 different facilities throughout New Mexico as to what's working, what's not working?
Commissioner, we do, absolutely. We participate in a crisis triage center learning community. We meet every month to discuss what's working for them, what's working for us, what isn't, the challenges involved. For example, we've all identified that having an RN on staff is a significant challenge because of hiring stressors right now. But that's been very productive and fruitful, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You also talked about some of the challenges, the major challenges is the hotel vouchers. Why is it?
Commissioner, there are some challenges in facilitating safe housing for folks who are experiencing symptoms of severe mental illness. We have built some partnerships with franchises in the community, but it's a particular ask. It's a sensitive ask when you are presenting an individual who may be medication non-compliant, but is in need of emergent housing or shelter for a weekend, a few days until they get to the next steps. And maybe that's inpatient treatment. Maybe it's an appointment with a psychiatrist. Community members might have some concern. We do our best to support individuals when we place them in that position. For example, they would spend the day with us at the crisis center. End of the day, we would drive them over to the facility or the hotel. The next morning, we would pick them up, bring them back to the center. It's not ideal, though, and it's not easily accessible. And a lot of these individuals are unable to sustain in your standard shelter.
I understand. For those of you that don't see it, you may drive down Service Road, go during the lunch hour, 11 o'clock. People are Pets Pizza and wherever else there are out there. Those are people that we just see out there. Those aren't the individuals that are behind Define Fitness, that they have a camping city back there, or as well as on some of the other areas. But for some reason, I gravitate, or I forget the wording, but I see that stuff and it just makes me sad. One of the things, how do we deal with the individuals that are incarcerated? Because I have a little bit of questions as in people that go in there on whatever they're on. Yeah, we're going to put them in this pod and detox by yourself, basically. Is that working, not working? I don't think it works, because you see some of those individuals that are getting arrested and getting incarcerated, and they put them in that pod in there and say, this is the pod that works for everybody. So how are you talking with our jail, or are you working with our jail? Because I think a lot of us here actually did get some emails from some of our providers as into recommendations as into what we may or should do at the jail. But can you tell me your communications with the jail?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes. We have had only brief conversations with the behavioral health staff at the jail to discuss reentry possibilities at the crisis center. That is a massive service, and it's absolutely where we have a gap in connecting individuals who are released, getting them into services. I would love to see that become part of what we do. It's a complex issue, though, absolutely.
I understand it's a complex issue, but that's something us as policymakers, and when the voters voted for this, they had actually faith in us and as well as staff to bring this forward, and it is working. But there are some gaps that, like you said, we need to actually probably work on that. And us as policymakers probably need to pursue that and move forward with that, because I understand there's a challenge there. This is actually a good example of whenever, in my opinion, as a policymaker, and you get into the root of things, yeah, we can approve this, do that, and however, in my opinion, but when you actually have the voters of Santa Fe vote on something and say, here you go, let's try to figure this root of this situation that's going on out there. And this is something that we as a community need to get into it and look at it and figure how it's working, what's not working, gaps. And so that's kind of where I'm going with this. I'm also interested in the old juvenile facility there. Perfect place. So it used to be a juvenile facility. We remodeled the whole eastern end of it. We need help for juveniles. Let's see what else I have here. Televouchers. And I certainly understand and appreciate each individual is different out there. It's just everybody has their different challenges that they go through in life. Everybody has that, no matter who you are, because nobody's perfect in this world. And I just want to have us updated, continue to let us know what's happening, maybe on a quarter basis, if the chairwoman's okay with that, because this is something that is affecting our communities, and if we don't actually take a hold on it, it's going to get a little bit worse and worse. So thank you for your presentation, all three of you. Appreciate what you do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for bringing up a lot of good points. I had a couple further questions. One is, I was wondering, 91 people doesn't seem to me like a lot. So has the demand for service been building as the year goes through, as people learn about you?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, we've seen those numbers develop exponentially. So for example, in August, there were 11, and then in September, there were 25. I think that the private community is learning slowly about us, but what will shift those crisis center numbers into seeing 3 to 4 individuals a day will be coordinating more closely with the city police department and with the county and city fire departments. which I hope to do. It's difficult for public safety to utilize an 8 to 5 program. And so I'm really looking forward to having those evenings available. And I think that's where we'll see the numbers we're hoping for.
Right, right. That makes sense. And then I was just going to ask, are you doing back and forth referrals with the shelters? Because I imagine they have people who need your service, and you already mentioned people who need overnight shelter, some of whom may not be stable enough to stay in a shelter, but some who probably are.
Absolutely, on a daily basis.
Okay, good. Well, I appreciate the service. It's really exciting to see this getting started, and I would also like to hear an update, as it goes along. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Are you, Commissioner Hanson, are you?
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I think that we have come a long ways in the last 5 years, and this has started moving forward, and I'm sure that it will continue to move forward. It's a work in process, and thank you for the update and for all the things that you are doing, because as Commissioner Garcia said, the issue at the Pete's shelter is really an issue, and homelessness is only becoming more of an issue, especially with the pandemic and people really struggling. So the more help that's out there, the better. So I'm grateful that we have been able to move this La Sala forward, and that we have this crisis center that is a unique model, and a model for the rest of the country. And so thank you, everybody, for your really good work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Commissioner Roybal, do you have any questions at this point?
But I do echo the sentiments that my fellow commissioners have stated. And, it's been most definitely my distinguished pleasure and honor to be a part of the creation of La Sala, and just the huge services that we'll be able to provide to in Santa Fe County. We have a long ways to go yet, as my fellow commissioners have indicated, but this is a huge part, and I'm just really proud to be a part of it. So I appreciate it, and that's really all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one, Alex, if you can get with Rachel and let me know what the status is with the Edgewood facility and what we're doing with that, unless you have an update, because the voters did vote for that and for that part of the county as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I most certainly will, and I will let you know that the request for proposals were actually due yesterday. So we are working on that. And if I may, Madam Chair, want to answer add to one of the questions Commissioner Garcia had in regards to adolescents. Although the Crisis Center is exclusive for adults 18 and older, you were asking about the adolescents issues. The Mobile Crisis Response Team is out on the field, and the Mobile Crisis Response Team is able to try to meet the needs of individuals 14 years and older, but not able to refer them internally to the Crisis Center. So through the Connect program and the navigation services that we have throughout the city and the county, some of those individuals that are experiencing a crisis are able to be addressed through the Crisis Center and New Mexico Solutions.
Thank you, Commissioner Han. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
Madam Chair, thank you for that. Also, just in communications, I know Commissioner Hughes worked on this, back in the days, is our youth shelter down there at the end of our Fria. I just have some questions for Rachel on that as well. Are we still communicating with them? Because I think that has a 13-bed or so. And is it getting utilized? I was hoping that when Karen Rawl was actually the executive director there, when she retired, that I was assuming that good way, not good way, that they would come forward for additions to that facility. And is 13 beds good enough for teens that are homeless? Not? I don't know. I see a lot of kids floating around out there and they don't look like they're 18. But those are just some of the questions I'll have for Rachel, and if she can actually ask you 2 or 3 to come with her, or we can meet on whatever the meeting circumstances are for that week or so, we can meet. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, thank you for that.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank Okay. Thank you. Alice, could you talk about the County Behavioral Health Leadership Team and what they're up to?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, absolutely. So the Behavioral Health Leadership Team was something recommended back in 2019 through the Behavioral Health Strategic Plan. We established the leadership team and we started meeting. That came to a screeching halt back in March of, when did the pandemic hit? 2019?
2020.
January 20.
Okay, February, fair enough.
Who
So
could
we
forget?
we stopped meeting and prioritized our efforts elsewhere, as you would all understand, in regards to try to meet the needs of our community with the COVID-19 pandemic. We started meeting again in March, ironically enough, of last year. During that time, we have been meeting on a monthly basis. The leadership team is comprised of approximately 25 individuals, 20 of them representing the leadership of major partners within the community related to behavioral health services. And we meet on a monthly basis to try and continue to address the different gaps in service and how we're going to meet them, and to also make sure that we're not duplicating services with the city of Santa Fe or the state of New Mexico. Just recently, we released a letter of interest to hire again a coordinator to help assist in the coordination of these meetings on a monthly basis. We are in the middle of negotiations to hire this consultant and look forward to re-evaluating the priorities, the short and long-term priorities that we set back prior to COVID-19, and reevaluate those again and see where we stand, because that has definitely changed, as has our world and our community and the needs of the individual. So we are revisiting, we are meeting, and thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for asking that question, because it does relate to something Commissioner Garcia had asked earlier in regards to, do we communicate, do we talk to each other when Ms. Field was doing her presentation. So we are moving forward with that and look forward to doing much more aggressive identification of gaps in service now during the middle and post-pandemic.
Thank you so much. I also want to just add my voice to thank you, not only for all of you for the presentation, but for all the work you do. And I know Kate Field slipped right by that 8 years as a paramedic and firefighter, but I have to say, when I started volunteering, she was out there on the rigs, and some very difficult scenes, some of the first ones I was ever on, could see the incredible work she did. Just the incredible competence in the way she ran a scene. And my husband, who's also an EMT, would come back and talk about how good she was. And that was a real motivation, to see competent women who were respected and contributing so much to the county. So I know for well she's contributing so much now, using that and going from there. Very, very impressive. So thank you. And thank you guys for your service.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time.
So that takes us to item 7, which is matters of public concern. So Tessa Jo or Daniel, if you're on, do you have anybody on WebEx or who have contacted you by email who are interested in making comments to the commission?
Yes, Madam. We have Camila Bustamante.
I'm sorry, you faded in and out. I missed the name.
Camila Bustamante.
Oh, excellent. And is there only Camilla or other?
That is the only person that has signed up thus far.
So far. Well, welcome, Camilla. What would you like to tell us? So Camilla, if you're
I
on,
believe you're muted.
yeah, Camilla, if you're on WebEx, I think you have to hit, Tessa Joe, what do you have to hit to unmute?
*6.
*6.
I think just the unmute on your, if you're WebEx on a computer. You're still muted, ma'am.
It looks like she's unmuted, but she's still coming through, but she's not coming through for some reason.
So Daniel, or maybe Matthew, is there a reason that somebody is unmuted but isn't able to be heard in the chambers? Camilla, we're
Madam
not
Chair,
able-
Ms.
we're not able
Bustamante,
to-
if you want to have WebEx, can you hear me? If you want to have WebEx give you a call, you can hit the ellipsis on the bottom of your screen and say switch audio, enter your phone number, and WebEx will give you a call, and you can use your phone for the audio on WebEx.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And Daniel, could you repeat that one more time? Because I did speak over you and I apologize.
Sure thing. At the bottom of your screen, Ms. Bustamante, there's an ellipsis next to the close button. If you click on that and then click on switch audio, there should be an option for WebEx to give you a call to your phone number. Once WebEx gives you a call, hit 1 on the options.
Are you able to hear
and it
me?
should connect you directly to this meeting.
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you now.
Excellent, perfect. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to present you today. That actually gave me a moment to deal with my nerves. So I can't see my timer to keep it below 3 minutes. Can you hear me okay?
It's a little bit distorted, interestingly.
If you try and talk a little
Okay, can you?
slower.
Okay, does this help?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you all for the opportunity to present to you today. Very briefly, I want to share with you, I am Camila Bustamante, the incoming president of the La Cienega Valley Association. I want to thank former President Carl Dickens for his many years of good service to our community. We're presenting this month to share with you our upcoming priorities for our community in the upcoming year. What we are looking at specifically, speeding, traffic, and safety egress. So we will be asking the commission for a community-informed engineering plan for community-wide traffic calming. The current issues that we have and what we've done to date has been very piecemeal. We have egress and speeding issues on Paseo Ciudad Vaca. We're looking forward to a pending ICIP to address that. The egress issue became very concerning this past year when we had a fire in December. I'll share more about that in a minute. The bridge for the Calle Debra crossing is on the ICIP, and the Arroyo Hondo crossing is on the ICIP. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for your work in supporting us on that. Fire safety, we will be asking Chief Martin V. Hill to provide Ready, Set, Go wildfire preparedness trainings for our community. As you all know, we are very much a bosque type of community, very green and have a lot of brush, and we have big concerns about fire. I will be working with former Commissioner Linda Grill to support Martin V. Hill in getting the training into our community. We do have questions ultimately, and we'll look forward to answers at another time regarding any programs to help clear out the brush. What additional fire mitigation support will there be from the Santa Fe County Fire Department? Illegal dumping along the creeks and the arroyos. What we do know is we have had flood issues in the waterways, and the dumping actually creates a fodder and backs up the water when it runs in regular rainstorms, which in the last few years resulted in water going into people's homes and wiping out infrastructure. So the question would be, what additional support would there be for cleanup and illegal dumping enforcement in those waterway areas? And we recognize that the Army Corps of Engineers has responsibility of those waterways, but what kind of support could we possibly get from Santa Fe County? We also asked to enforce the requirements for Upper La Cienega residents to connect to county water. And frankly, that would be any residents who were approved for development under the La Cienega watershed condition post 1991, 1992, and subsequent ordinances that require that new developments tie into the county water system as soon as that water is made available. We would like next to resurrect and follow the library plan to provide activities in the La Cienega Community Center for senior citizens and establish an event calendar for the community center. Get some more activity in there and have a place for our senior citizens to go even on some type of sporadic, it doesn't have to be every day, but to look for some services for our seniors in our community. We want to identify an outdoor location for youth activities such as soccer and baseball and basketball. All of the above have been discussed now for a number of years, and we would really like to spend this upcoming year finding ways to move forward on those objectives. And then we appreciate continued acknowledgement and pursuance of your decision-making with respect to the traditional historic community that we are. We maintain traditional historic designation. We appreciate your respect for our rural way of life and want to maintain that. And the photos that I have provided below, courtesy of Robert Romero, you'll see the green. I mean, La Cienega means the springs. We have a lot of growth in our area. And when I say growth, we have a lot of human growth, a lot of people who are showing up. But we have also, and have historically had just a lot of cottonwoods, greenery, etc. What's most disturbing on the right side of your screen is the fire that occurred in December. And the problem with that is that was at freezing temperatures. That means that there is a lot of dry fodder. And I want to thank Commissioner Garcia for being present at that site during that fire, helping direct traffic. The problem is that there is no egress, one way in, one way out on Paseo Cida Vaca. That being said, had that fire not been under freezing conditions, that could have been really disastrous. And we really hope to work with the county in the upcoming year as we see fires happening in Boulder. Northern California seems like it's really far away, and these types of things wouldn't happen to us, but it is very clear, very evident that we run a very high risk in our community, and really appreciate your support in helping us mitigate all of the conditions that make these fires possible. So that is the conclusion of my presentation. Again, I'm incredibly grateful for the work that you do. Our community is grateful for your support, and I want to thank staff for all the support that we receive from them as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Bustamante. Is there anybody else who, in the public, who would like to address the BCC? Hearing none, I will close public comment. Public comment. Yeah, oh, by all means, go ahead. Commissioner Garcia.
Madam President, I know we don't give comments during public input, but I'd just like to thank Ms. Bustamante. She's actually did an excellent job putting your presentation together, straight to the point. Some pictures actually help out, and I will work on the things that I told you we would work on. And she actually she's doing an excellent job for the village, as well as Carl Dickens did. And it's good to see whenever you go to a community meeting and people actually communicate in. But thank you for a great presentation, and you did an excellent job, Ms. Bustamante. And I'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you, and I agree, a very useful presentation. So that moves us so I don't recall if I actually closed public comment, and so that moves us to matters from the county manager. And so I'll go to the deputy county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We should have renamed it and said update on matters from the county deputy county manager and county attorney. So we'll be tag teaming on sharing some information with all of you.
Madam Chair, if I may, just really quick, just an introduction to Mr. Elias Bernardino. He actually, for the people that are watching us on WebEx, he probably is the guy behind the scenes, but he's our deputy county manager, even though his nameplate in front of him says Catherine Miller. This is not Catherine Miller. This is Mr. Bernardino, who is our deputy county manager. Thank you, and for your first meeting.
We can tell because his hair's shorter. Thank you, Mr. Bernardino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. With COVID updates, Santa Fe County and New Mexico continue to see a rise in the number of COVID-19 cases as Omicron becomes the dominant COVID-19 variant. In the past week, both New Mexico and Santa Fe number of positive cases reached new peaks as numbers doubled in a matter of days. New data as follows: averages from December 27 to January 2nd, our cases per 100,000 is 68.6. Positivity rate, 17.7. Percent of residents with at least one vaccine is 99%. The percent of residents with vaccination series completed is 85%. Of the 16,922 people infected overall in Santa Fe County, about 89% have reported as recovered. That's approximately 1,800 individuals so far. In terms of county vaccination events, we have upcoming events from January 11th to the 16th at the Powake Fire Station from 10 to 6 p.m. The event will focus on 5 to 11-year-olds who need Pfizer primary and boosters. We will also be serving individual children from 12 years and older as well. For public awareness, CSD staff will meet this week with Fire Stick to put together a plan for COVID public awareness for 2022. This year's public awareness will include a focus on mental health. Staying the course is the tagline, and connect. The campaign will be both in English and Spanish. And senior services, a total of 10,333 meals were delivered by our senior services staff during the month of December. 110 bags of produce and 110 food boxes were received from the Food Depot for distribution this week. The high-risk medical transportation is averaging 5 trips per day. And that concludes my COVID-19 updates.
Excellent, thank you. I mean, briefly, are there any questions before we go to the next part of the update relevant to COVID? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what are we doing about testing? Did I miss that part? Because I do think that testing is an incredibly important part of the process of getting people back to work And I know that testing is challenging these days, but I think we need to be one of those voices that are requesting testing from the state, from the Department of Health, you know, like making sure that we have the ability to test people, that people have the ability to test, because supposedly the at-home tests or the rapid tests are more able to detect Omicron than some other of the variants. And so I want to bring that up because I am concerned about that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I will follow up on that and see if we can also make public awareness in those testing sites as much as possible with our partners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
You said that. Yes, Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to just echo those sentiments. I do actually, the reason why I'm not in the meeting today is I was identified as a close contact to somebody that was positive for COVID-19. And so I figured I'd be proactive and not be present today just to, you know, protect staff and protect my fellow commissioners. And I think it's something I'll be required to have a negative COVID test prior to returning to work at the laboratory in Los Alamos. And I just felt like it was the best thing to do proactively to make sure that I am responsible and keep everybody safe. So that's the reason why I'm working, actually participating via WebEx today. So I just want to, just echo the sentiment and also just make sure that everybody is responsible in that manner, that we take care of one another. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal, and we certainly wish you the best in the outcome of this. So, Deputy Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we will have Hutch.
Yes, so we're up to B, the first session of the 56th legislature.
Hamilton, Commissioners, can you hear me fine?
Can now.
Okay. Let me tilt this up a little bit towards my face.
Perfect.
I have Sarah passing out some supplemental information, which is an update of the pre-file legislation that was added on since the packet material was provided on Friday. So they keep updating the pre-filed legislation. So that will include everything from Friday till today, both House and Senate items. And also the last page is a bit of information regarding the proposed state budget, both from the Executive Office and the Legislative Finance Committee. So I can briefly go through this now that you've all received that supplemental information. And what I have provided in the information that was provided on board docs is all the pre-filed legislation from the House and Senate. And this was shown to you last week so that you can look at it, and if there was any direction provided from the commission to staff, we can go ahead and start tracking specific pieces of legislation. It's a little bit easier on the House side because they are assigned bill numbers currently. But on the Senate side, according to Senate rules, they are not allowed to provide Senate pre-filed pieces of legislation numbers until they are announced actually on the Senate floor. So if there's pieces of pre-filed legislation that you'd like to direct us, I think probably be easiest to just do so within a subject, or if you could just identify the sponsor that is pre-filing from the Senate currently, we can identify that piece of legislation from there. And we'll get to that lastly if there are pieces of specific legislation which you would like us to track specifically. On page 12 of that packet information is a list of all the 2021 second special session bills that have been signed into law now. And so that shows you the House and State House and State Senate districts, the education districts, and the medical malpractice pieces of legislation which are now signed into law. In the supplemental information, once again, the first section is 2 pages, front and back, and that is the House items which are introduced since Friday, January 7th. And in the next section is the Senate items which were introduced since last Friday, and that is 4 pages long. So a few more from the Senate in the past few days. I don't know if you need additional time right now, since I've just provided that to you to look through those items. But the last section here is the good news regarding the upcoming session, and that's the very last page, which is titled at the top, Proposed State Budget. And what that is showing is that the governor and the legislature are not far off on both their ideals for the state budget in the coming fiscal year. So fingers crossed they can get through that item rather quickly. And we know that there's a lot of pressing issues that are looking to be taken up in the 30-day session. So this is a good sign here that they are close in their ideals of the budget. The governor's proposed budget is $8.4 billion. The legislature's is $8.46. The proposed school spending is $3.8 billion. From the governor's office, the legislature's proposed school spending is $3.821. The next item listed here is the proposed governor's increase to the state minimum wage for state employees is $15 an hour, and Legislative Finance Committee's proposed minimum wage for state employees is $13.50. Governor's proposed Medicaid budget, $7.26 billion. Legislative Finance Committee's proposed Medicaid budget, $7.9 billion. Lastly, there listed is the governor's proposed Department of Public Safety budget, $139.8, and the legislature's proposed Department of Public Safety budget is $173.1 million. So of the items listed there, that was the most differentiated, and so I imagine that there's going to be quite a bit of discussion between those two difference in the proposed amounts. In addition to the items listed here, the legislature will also be looking at proposing approximately $600 million, which is left over from the ARPA funds, which was not allocated in the second special session, which was just concluded in December. So they still have some ARPA money to take a look at and try to spend for the state. And in addition to the budget, it looks like there's going to be quite a few different crime bills. That's a major topic that's been in the state. It's been in our local interest as well, the crime situation in the state. And also proposed last week by the governor was a overhaul or change to voting rights within the state. And so that is similar to the federal voting rights bill, which is being considered by President Biden at the current time. And so she'd like to make some of those changes within the state to provide easier access to voters to voting in the state, as they would like to open that up to participation, to greater participation in the state. And with that, I'll take any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I actually open it up, I have a quick question. Do you have any information? First of all, thank you for this. It's very useful, and I assume we'll continue to communicate with you on this as we get closer, which is going to be very quickly. But do you have any updates on whether they're considering going to a mixed session that is, partly in person and partly virtual with no public or anything like that, or do it all virtually? Because I had heard some discussion that was a possibility. Right now it had been anticipated to be all open, but then, Omicron's been going crazy, but.
Chair Hamilton, great question. I forgot to mention that. Currently, it is up in the air. I've spoken to staff at the Capitol, and that's what I have been informed of. What's posted on the website right now is showing that you need to provide proof of vaccination to enter the Roundhouse, but that could all change by next Tuesday because of the recent surge within COVID cases in the state. And so it might be limited once again to a virtual participation setting. Right now, I haven't received word one way or the other.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there other questions any commissioners have? Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, Hutch, thank you for all this information. So we passed these very general, broad resolutions that cover a lot of what's in these. So are you looking from us for specific bills? Do you want, I have kind of marked up legislation saying what I support, but I think a lot of it might fall within those resolutions that we did pass. So I'm just wondering what kind of detailed feedback, like I see the coalition, thank you for including the Coalition of Sustainable Communities tracker. So they are tracking this legislation. It doesn't always mean that they support everything that's on this list, but I know they are tracking it. And so what kind of feedback do you want from us?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, I would say that anything that is a large deviation from any of the resolutions that are currently in place from last year, there's 2021-122, which is related to affordable housing. There's 121 related to sustainability and climate action. 120 related to community development, and 110, which is a different items: affordable housing, moratorium on evictions, single-use plastic bans, gun safety, financial assistance for home solar, New Mexico energy grid, long-term water sustainability, statewide expansion of broadband, fresh fruits and vegetables for schools and seniors, protection of pollinator species, and funding for NMED and EMNRD. So, like you were saying, I think a lot of what was identified in the pre-file does fall within those subjects, which there's resolutions already existing. And I think that does give our team a good idea of what it is that we need to be tracking right now. So the advice that I could offer right now is if there was anything that you could see in the pre-file at this current moment, which was not included with any of those subjects, that would be truly helpful, as it's not currently, as you would say, on the radar screen as an item of interest for the commission.
I did see this one item, but I don't know exactly where this would fall, but it's a House memorial on Mother and Infant Health, fourth trimester care day. You know, I don't know, that's kind of, I know that this issue of infant health and being able to have infant care is a concern, but this is just a House memorial recognizing that day. So that might be something that, I don't know if that's supported anywhere in our.
If I'm not mistaken, late last week, Hutch had requested, had sent out the lists that were current at that time and requested everybody to send from those lists things they were interested in, and it might be most efficient to continue doing that with this updated list, turn in those things, and then, especially if there are a lot of them, rather than go through them real time.
Yeah, I
during the
agree.
meeting, you
I
know.
mean, that's why I wanted to make sure that our resolutions basically covered
Yeah.
a wide spectrum of this. And I would even think that the resolutions that we had written would include like possibly a study on public power, you know, which happens to be on the coalition's list, you know.
Yeah.
So those kind of things are there, and I think that they're covered, but we'll just be in communication. And when do we have our next board meeting?
It's like last Tuesday of the month.
I know, but
the
it's
date?
today is the 10th, so it's,
I'm looking, I've got but I don't have my glasses on.
I don't know if it's 2 weeks or what, you know.
It's the 25th, and it would be right in the middle of the session.
Right.
On the other hand, I don't know.
So I think, Madam Chair, if I may, just
Yeah.
on the commissioners' note, on the tracking, but it's fine.
If that's too late to Hutch, is the 25th after all the pre-file dates? And maybe that's not even relevant because you're going to be tracking through the whole process. Or are you also willing to accept, you know, like email inputs from us from these lists, like during the current week, that you can add to your magic list of things to track? Because if I'm not mistaken, you know, it's one thing, the resolutions were things the whole commission voted on. And this is, I don't think Hutch is asking about additional things to track to supersede what, you know, the whole board voted on, but to track things, which is, you know, to provide individual commissioners with information.
Madam Chair, if I may, the February 2nd is the deadline for introduction, so the next commission meeting this month would fall within a good time frame for any additional, I would say, subjects or specific pieces of legislation that need to be identified to staff for us to track. There should be enough time within there. So what we'll be doing is updating these tracking lists of both the House and Senate items on a weekly basis. The problematic thing right now is the Senate items because they don't have numbers. So
Right.
We do have the subjects from the different resolutions, which gives us an idea of what to track on the Senate side, but it's not showing you clearly the detailed bill and the bill number for which relates to the subject. So it'll have to wait till, I would say, January 18th, 19th for those Senate bills to get introduced, and then we'll have a definitive list. And then I think that's when you, the commission, can start whittling things down to say, yes, you are indeed capturing those pieces of legislation which we're interested in. And if not, you can bring that forward at the next commission meeting.
Excellent. Is that good?
Yes, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to know.
Excellent.
So thank you.
And back to you, Commissioner Garcia.
No, I was just going to talk about the whole tracking. Chuck Hutch, Mr. Miller and his team actually do
Either one.
Either one. Right. They do a good job. It's just, it's obviously difficult to track a bill because from one day to the same exact date, from one committee to the other committee, a bill could change in 20 seconds, 10 seconds. But I think they do an excellent job. But the resolutions that we pass in support of certain legislation, obviously you'll keep track of that and let us know how it's going, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, absolutely. I'm thankful for the broad subjects which are provided. I think that, as Commissioner Garcia was saying, I think that provides a better understanding of which pieces that we should be following. The bill can change, instantaneously within a committee, or it could just, if there's several bills, they could all be turned into one combined bill. So I think the subject, through the resolutions, these subjects identified in the resolutions are very helpful. So I think we have a good grasp right now.
Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you. Never heard that one. That would take us, I believe, if that completes your report out. Actually, we really appreciate the information and look forward to all the follow-ups. And that would take us to, are there any miscellaneous
Thank you.
updates?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I have 3 items, and I'm going to share this with the county attorney, Schaefer, so he'll have a 4th item. One item that comes from the Community and Economic Development. They would like for us to let the public know that the United States Department of Agriculture, Office of the Assistant Secretary for Administration, will hold a virtual USDA Small Business 101 workshop on January 11th from 11 to 2 and January 12th from 7 to 10 a.m. The workshop is designed to provide businesses unfamiliar with federal contracting in rural and underserved areas. The next item would be the Santa Fe County office closure due to Martin Luther King. That's Monday, January 7th. Essential services will be provided by public safety, will continue as usual. And next item is the SLDC hearing officer meeting was canceled, which was January 13th at 3 p.m.
Attorney Schaefer?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I did want to provide the board with a brief update relative to a change in the county's liability insurance for 2022. And that change is this. Santa Fe County will not have excess umbrella liability coverage for calendar year 2022. And unpacking that a bit, in recent years, Santa Fe County and other Class A counties receiving multi-line coverage through the New Mexico County Insurance Authority jointly purchased $5 million per occurrence and $5 million annual aggregate excess umbrella coverage. This coverage was excess to, or basically sat on top of, NMCIA's $5 million per occurrence coverage for certain third-party liability claims. We won't have this coverage in 2022 because, first, only one carrier of the 12 that were contacted was willing to even provide a quote for the coverage. Second, the aggregate premium to be paid by all 4 Class A counties was $2.1 million for $5 million in coverage. That was an approximate increase of 410% over the $512,000 premium for similar coverage in 2021. The coverage was offered to all 4 Class A counties jointly, meaning that all 4 had to accept it and pay their proportionate share of the $2.1 million premium, and not all of the other 3 Class A counties were interested in this coverage at that cost. This reflects the continuing hardening of the public liability insurance market, which is, as you know, forcing public entities to self-insure more and more risk. We don't anticipate this development to have a material impact on the county, since while it's prudent to obtain such coverage at the right price, the county has never had a claim in excess of $5 million, and there has only been one claim against any Class A county to penetrate this layer of coverage since it's been offered. So again, it's nice to have if you can get it at a reasonable price, but unfortunately, it's no longer available at a reasonable price. And so that means, should we have a claim in excess of $5 million, the county will be at that point responsible for that risk. There will not be that layer of $5 million to $10 million. Thank you.
Thank you. And just a quick question, is this something that will be revisited next year as well, subsequent year, annually?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I believe it's the intent currently of the New Mexico County Insurance Authority to continue to see what the market will provide for that layer. I don't know that anybody's predicting that it's going to get any better anytime soon, but I think they'll continue to look to see if things have improved.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Schaefer, so this is part of the insurance pool that we're in there with New Mexico counties, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, this is coverage that is solicited by New Mexico counties on behalf of the New Mexico County Insurance Authority, of which the county is a member, along with, I believe, all other counties to some extent.
So which actually insurance coverage does the county participate for self-insured?
Leaving aside our deductibles, anything in excess of our coverage is effectively self-insured, but in terms of primary risk that we self-insure, medical malpractice is what comes to mind.
So where does the 400% come in increase? I understand they went out for solicitation, but that's an outrageous amount for an insurance company to say, hey, well, here's your new costs are $400,000. And even though the 33 counties of the state of New Mexico except one Class A county due to to what happened down south is we've all been under that $5 million, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Roybal, yes, there are 4 Class A counties that receive multi-line coverage through the New Mexico County Insurance Authority and who have been participating in that excess umbrella coverage in recent years. I think in terms of the drivers of that, we use the phrase hardening market. There just aren't commercial carriers or many of them that are willing to insure in that space at that level. and those that are able to command their premium. I think if you look at it, they're assuming that over a relatively short window, they're going to absorb a very large loss, which is, I think, factored into the premium that they're charging. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So what about, is there any proposed legislation through the state that we could actually have the New Mexico counties introduce? Or this is out of the state's realm of request for legislation?
I am not aware of any legislation that's being proposed specifically to limit the liability of public entities.
Because I just the reason why I was asking it is the Public Regulation Commission actually does look at, I know, home insurance, car insurance, and they look at and hopefully determine whether or not premiums can go 400% or not. So I don't know if you know any of that or not, but thank you. Those are my questions, Madam Chair, on the insurance from Attorney
Thank you.
Schaefer.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you very much. And so I assume that wraps up miscellaneous updates?
Madam Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Roybal?
Yeah, I had a question relative to the increased COVID-19 pandemic, that we're getting a lot more positive cases, and I just wonder where the county is, if we have to go back to remote working as much as we can, what the plan is going forward. Should have asked that question during the COVID-19 update, but I know that we have quite a few increased positive cases, so I think that we need to probably be proactive and think about how we're going to deal with that if it gets, because it looks like it's going to continue getting worse.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, what I can reassure you is that due to our closure of the county offices during the holidays, it allowed individuals to, if they did have symptoms, to provide us information in that regard. And so there is that quarantine and that process and protocols. In terms of individuals that are asymptomatic, we are still operating under a 50% capacity within our employees that are filled positions. As you are aware, we have a pretty significantly high vacancy rate, so that even reduces the amount of individuals and their areas. And we do have a policy that requires staff to wear masks at all times, especially if they're sharing space. I don't know if I answered the question in that regard.
Commissioner Roybal?
It does. I just want to know if we have any other plans in place to mitigate any other potential exposures, or try to keep the numbers down as much as we can. I don't know if there's something that we do have in place to move forward with, just in case, because the numbers are doubling, almost every other day. So, I just want to know that we have something in place to protect our employees.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, HR keeps track of those types of measures. So if any employee does have any symptoms, the policy that indicates that they have approximately 2 weeks. But HR would notify the CMO about any type of potential risk that we may see in terms of positive cases within the county employees.
Commissioner Roybal, just for your FYI, I know the fire department just suspended in-person regional trainings on a temporary basis because of the spike. So, I don't know if that was a portion of your question. Are there any changes like that? And obviously, that's because the trainings are in-person trainings can be very close quarters, and so they're moving to do no hands-on and only virtual kind of trainings, and probably until further notice. But that would be entirely driven, from what I understand, by how quick this abates.
Yeah, it does. So it's sort of my understanding that people that can work remotely will have that option if this spike gets even worse. Is that correct? Yes.
Madam Chair, that it would all depend on the conditions and the function of the job that they would have. So not everyone will be able to work remotely. As, for example, in public safety, we have individuals that just cannot work remotely. It would all depend, and it would be a case-by-case scenario.
Okay, so my question was the people that can work remotely will have that option, correct?
If I could, Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, in large measure, employees have continued to work remotely on a hybrid schedule. So throughout the pandemic, as of late, most offices, and I underscore most because there are some exceptions that have returned to full-time work as a general matter, but have continued to work on a hybrid schedule so that the number of staff present in office have been continuously staggered. In addition to that, as the board knows, the county has implemented a vaccine mandate policy. So the vast majority of all county employees are either already fully vaccinated or are in the process of becoming fully vaccinated. So the risk to the county workforce of severe illness or hospitalization have been reduced through those measures as well. With regard to revisiting widespread remote working, I'm not aware of any discussions that have taken place at this point to go back to a more comprehensive full-time remote working process as a general matter. But as I believe the Deputy County Manager alluded to, we'll continue to look to see what our actual own exposures look like. I hope that answers the question.
It does. I just want to make sure that we're prepared to evolve if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal. So if we can,
And that concludes our updates.
thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Bernardino. So I think we can move on to item 9, which is matters from county commissioners and other officials. And we're going to go first to the matters from commissioners, issues and comments, not limited to, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll start down at the end and work around. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first thank the Santa Fe County employees, a group for putting on such a great Christmas gathering and Christmas dinner for everyone. A number of us attended, and it was really nice, and so I wanted to thank everyone for that. Not too much has happened since we've been over the holidays, but one amazing thing that happened was that on December 12th, the Archbishop of Santa Fe, John Wester, unveiled a sign at the Guadalupe, the Lady of Our Guadalupe on December 12th, which is her day, stating that there's now a little sign there that says the possession of nuclear weapons is immoral, by Pope Francis. And he is, this morning he held a virtual press conference listing a conversation towards nuclear disarmament. And Archbishop John Wester is very committed to this, and it was really reassuring to see not only secular groups, but also religious groups coming to the aid and saying that nuclear disarmament and avoiding a nuclear arms race is urgent. And Pope Francis has made clear statements about the immorality of possessions of nuclear weapons, moving the church from past conditions acceptance of deterrence to moral imperative of abolition. And so it was really moving to be there with him, and then this morning to see his brief press conference where he is really trying to develop a conversation in the community, and that he feels that we even have a more moral imperative because of Lanel and Sandia, and where Kirtland has the most nuclear weapons. And that's what it says in his press release. And so that was really moving to me as somebody who, as I think you all know, works very hard on the health and safety of our community and protecting us from the advancement of nuclear weapons. That's really all I have to share today, but thank you for the opportunity to share that. And I want to thank Archbishop Wester for being a leader and making this a public issue in the church and in the conversation with the community. Thank you.
Very impressive, thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, not too much happening because of the holidays, but people are starting to get more active. Now, I had a public meeting last week, and again, the big topic in District 5 is the dark skies. As more and more businesses are located around the district and they add lights, people get upset with that. And I think that's something we wanted to address in our strategic plan. So I hope that when we do work on the strategic plan this spring, we can add some stuff about protecting our dark skies, because it is nice to be able to look up in Santa Fe and see the stars and not just see the glare of the lights from Santa Fe. Also, I know that the Recovery Center is going to be asking for our help with their new project. And also, I think we all received probably a petition that's going around about animal control. So all these, I think, are things that, as we're doing our strategic planning, I know that we can't do everything all at once at the county, but I think people do expect us to take things on in a systematic way and keep making life better for people and for dogs in certain cases. So that's all I have, Madam Chair, for today.
Excellent, thanks so much. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of quick things. As my colleagues mentioned, I do agree with them. Last year was a challenging year for everybody, and I hope this year is actually a little bit better, and let's be safe out there and be wise at what we do. I understand what Commissioner Roybal and some of her concerns have is in regards to the whole COVID, what's happening staff-wise. It's an interesting press release that we did today from the Board of Education in regards to staffing levels and what's happened out there and what's happening next week. But definitely governmental entities are needing to start thinking ahead of what's going to happen, what's going on there. But And I'd just like to thank our county clerk, Madam Clerk. Thank you for meeting with myself and the constituent, the surveyor. Appreciate that. And it was actually turned out to be a good meeting. Thank you. And that's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I basically wanted to thank our director, Mr. Joseph Montoya, and also from ReadyNet, Mr. Gerald Baca, Joseph Ray Sandoval from ReadyNet. They have given us a great, update on the broadband situation for my community. So I just want to thank them for giving me that update that I can share with my constituents. Also wanted to thank Angela Bean for her service to Santa Fe County and working on the Amat water settlement. I think that was pretty much her primary responsibility, along with, I'm sure, other duties is assigned. But I think that Angela will be leaving the county here shortly. And so I just wanted to thank her for that, and also thank her for the update that she provided to me so I can update my constituents on where the project is. So I do want to just say that and just thank them for that, all those updates. Also, I wanted to just announce, and let my constituents know, and everybody in Santa Fe County, or just about anybody at, that, because we're doing COVID vaccines and it's open to anybody. And so I just wanted to, I'll just read the announcement that came out. Santa Fe County, along with our vaccine partners, continue to host COVID vaccine events in 2022. This week's events will be held at the Poake Fire Station from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Tuesday, January 11th, which was today, through Sunday, January 16th, 2022, with the Pfizer vaccines for all ages, groups approved by state. Approved age groups for Pfizer vaccines include primary shots for 5-year-olds to 11-year-olds, and primary and boosters for those 12 and older. You do not need an appointment, but one can be scheduled through the DOH website. Just as a reminder for any constituents that have children under the age of 18, there will be a parental consent form that will be required for the vaccine. So just wanted to make that announcement to all my constituents and anybody that's interested in getting vaccinated. I think it's important. As numbers show, 12% of the people that have passed away now from COVID are only 12% of those people have been vaccinated. The rest are not vaccinated. So I think it's important for us to get vaccinated to, improve our chances of survival if we do get the COVID-19 infection. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Commissioner Hanson?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that, and I want to thank Commissioner Hamilton for flagging this for me, but the fire department is to honor a fallen firefighter on January 12th at 1:12 p.m., and this is a dedication to Isaac Garcia. It was his 10-year anniversary last year, and Commissioner Hamilton had written a resolution recognizing him, and now they are actually making the training tower at the burn unit in Agua Fria in District 2 at the Agua Fria Fire Station, the Isaac Garcia Memorial Training Tower. So if any of you would like to join us. And then I do just want to say that Agua Fria has been feeling very encroached upon recently with all the development at South Meadows, and especially what's happening on Calle del Oro Grant Road. And it has been a huge concern to the village. In the past, one of the developers had promised to do some commercial development, so there could be some stores along South Meadows, and that seems to be falling by the wayside. And the city is allowing overly dense development with the roads not being overly developed at the same time. And so this is a big concern to the village. And I just want to share that with the constituents, that other people in the county know how concerning that is. And I totally support Commissioner Roybal. Everybody needs to get vaccinated. Your life is much more possible, and please take the opportunity. The vaccine is free, and get vaccinated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So yes, I would actually like to go back to the fire department honoring a fallen firefighter. As Commissioner Hanson said, this is his 10-year anniversary. Isaac Garcia was one of our own. He worked with the county, but he started out up in Glorieta, which is in my district, and was an amazing person. And it's hard to imagine, 10 years have gone by. That was very tragic. But the January 12th is picked because his badge number was 112, and so tomorrow is 112, and they're going to actually do the plaque and memorialize it at 1:12 in the afternoon, if anybody is attending, just to know the time. And this is in Commissioner Hanson's district. That training tower is a valuable county resource, so it's pretty cool that they're naming it after him. And I want to chime in with Commissioner Roybal thanking Anjali Bean. I'm not at all surprised that she got a very, very special offer. She was a real contributor and treasure to the county, and I enjoyed it, working with her incredibly. A good contribution. And I'm very sad she's leaving, but what can you do but wish her the best, and be very impressed with what she'll continue to contribute to all of us and to New Mexico, and really wish her the best. And then I also want to mention that, traditionally for a few years now, I've been doing Coffee with the Commission on Saturday mornings. And I think that's actually turning into not a great idea. So we have, for people's schedules. So we are switching Coffee with the Commish to the third Wednesday of every month. So our very next one will be February 16th, starting at 5:30. And I also want to thank, I noticed several commissioners have mentioned strategic planning, and I think everybody here thinks that's been an incredibly valuable thing that we started when we started out, and has been carrying forward. Not that it was never done before, but it was something that this commission thought was really important, and that kind of thing has to be a living document. And the commitment of the county to do that is illustrated by having hired somebody specifically for that purpose. So I was very grateful to have had time with Cindy McGee and our deputy county manager to chat about what they're doing, and I'm actually very, very charged up about the approach they're taking to start out the process and the information gathering and analysis. So we, of course, can't really tell what we'll be able to do in terms of being in person or not, but I'm very, very much looking forward to to seeing that process continue. And that's all I have. So I'm going to move on to
Madam Chair?
9B with Commissioner Roybal.
Yeah, so sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier. I just wanted to recognize a few employees that are no longer with the county as well. And I'm sure there's many others that I don't know about, but these are a few others that I had heard. Pablo Cedillo retired, and also Richard Chang with Public Works. I just want to wish them the very best and thank them for their work with for Santa Fe County, and also I think recently Mr. Ryan Ward actually left the county as well. So I just want to thank all of them for their dedicated service to Santa Fe County, and just wish them the very best in their future endeavors.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. So 9B is matters from other elected officials. So I'd like to go first to our county clerk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to alert everyone that primary election season is upon us and already. And you may see folks out there trying to gather signatures. And the idea is that they need registered voters from their own party to get on the ballot for the pre-primary. You aren't voting for that person, but it is very challenging for candidates to get signatures these days. And so as sort of a good civil service, it's good to sign so that way there's a competitive primary or pre-primary process and all part of the democratic process. So if you happen to see petition signatures and you see that candidate is part of your party, you could help them out because it is very challenging during these times of Omicron to get signatures, and we want to see an active and vibrant primary. And so we expect candidates for statewide and for the federal offices to file February 1st. Pre-primary process is in February. And then for our county offices, that will be the second week of March. So it's coming up very soon.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Pastor Joe or Daniel, are there other county elected officials on WebEx who have anything to relate to their constituents?
Yes, Madam Chair, the county treasurer is online.
Welcome, Treasurer Montanaro.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Couple of things from the Treasurer's Office. We did receive a high volume of tax payments already, so we're processing as quickly as we can. And as a follow-up to Commissioner Garcia's conversation earlier with Yvonne, I have sent an email to Yvonne, Commissioner, and also to your staff as well to follow up on the audit findings. So I was listening. I wasn't able to jump in quickly enough, but Yvonne did a great job of covering that. But I do look forward to seeing everyone at the investment committee meeting at the end of the month on the 27th. So looking forward to that.
Excellent. And is the sheriff on or the assessor or anybody else?
No, Madam Chair, they do not appear to be.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And that'll take us to item 9C, which is the election for the Board of County Commissioners Chair for 2022. And I think
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking the helm today. I think I explained the situation why I decided I shouldn't be there in person today. But I just want to thank all of my fellow commissioners and believing in my leadership and appointing me actually to serve for 2 consecutive years as the chair for Santa Fe County. We've been through a lot during this pandemic that we're still dealing with now. I think it started probably 2 months after the first year that I was elected to be the chairman for the commission. And as a whole, there's been a lot of challenges and difficult decisions. But I just want to thank my board. And I want to give a special thanks and thoughts to Commissioner Moreno and his family. I've served 3 years during the 7 years that I've been on the commission as the chair. And, you know, it's been a great honor to serve the commission, staff, and my constituents at this capacity. So, I just want to thank everybody, wish everybody a happy new year in case I haven't yet. God bless. And, with that, I'd like to make a motion that Commissioner Hamilton becomes the new chair for 2022.
A second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Yeah, sure. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign.
Aye. My eye was in the affirmative.
I thought you were hacking on me there. I was going to say, I don't think
No,
you
it
can make
was,
the motion and then
there's a
vote against it.
hesitation.
Well, thank you very much. It'll be my honor to serve. That takes us to 9D, which is the election of vice chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roybal?
I do want to congratulate you to serve as the chair, and I'm very honored to serve with all of my commissioners. And I think we have two commissioners that haven't had the opportunity to serve as chair, and I think right now Commissioner Garcia has been on the board the longest of the two commissioners, and I know both of them are very capable. But I would like to make a motion to appoint Commissioner Garcia as the vice chair.
A second? Thank you very much. So don't be late this time. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, you weren't that late, Commissioner Roybal. That's good. Any opposed? Thank you. And congratulations, Commissioner Garcia. And
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Thank you for the nomination, Commissioner Roybal, and thank you for serving as chair for the past year.
yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Roybal. And that takes us to E, which is appointments of to boards. So Tessa Jo, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As you all are aware, on an annual basis, you all determine representatives for several boards, committees, and entities, which are listed on the agenda. So I'm not sure whether you'd like to go through each committee individually, or if you'd like to remain on the same committees, just discuss the changes you'd like.
Respectfully, I'm obviously totally open to whatever the commissioners. I would like to suggest that, from what I understand, by far most of the appointments, people are interested in retaining those. I certainly am. So maybe we can discuss exceptions.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, well, Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Roybal.
Thank you. So, yes, I would like to basically stay on all the same committees that I am, but I would like to, at the moment, I serve as the chair of the Buckman Direct Diversion, and I would like to suggest that Commissioner Hughes become the alternate to the Buckman Direct Diversion. And I don't think I have any other changes.
So right now, Commissioner Roybal is the alternate. Commissioner Roybal, do you want to chime in here?
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner or Chair Hamilton. And I did hear from a little bird that Commissioner Hughes. I mean, I appreciate Commissioner Hanson bringing that forward, although being the chair or not being the chair doesn't really put that position forward. But I did hear from a little bird that Commissioner Hughes was interested in serving on the BDD as an alternate. Is that correct, Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Roybal, I am interested as long as that is okay with you.
And
But
honestly, Commissioner Hughes, thank you, sir. And honestly, I've served on the BDD. I've served as the vice chair, the chair, and as an alternate the whole time that I've been a commissioner. And it's a great board. I enjoy reading what's happening and getting the agenda from the BDD and reading that and keeping up to date. Honestly, as a commissioner, as a community member, I can still get all that information. And so I think it's admirable. I mean, I think everybody here knows that this is my last year, so I would definitely entertain another commissioner coming forward to sit as alternate, on this board. So absolutely, I'm willing to I guess step aside and let you go ahead and serve as the alternate. I do know that, right now in looking at the numbers, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Garcia only have 3 appointments, and there's 20 appointments. So technically, there should be probably 4 primary appointments to every commissioner. And so, I would, ask if they're, Commissioner Garcia, Commissioner Hughes have 3 each. And so if there's other boards that you would be interested in sitting as a primary, then it's something for you to consider, or at least consider in the future, because I think it's really well represented for us to all serve on equal amount of boards. I think that right now, Commissioner Hamilton and myself are on 4 primary. Commissioner Hansen, I think, sits on 6 as a primary. But once again, Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Hughes both sit on 3. So I think it's something that, it's something to look at and think about in the future, because I think it's really great to have, I sit on a board where all of us have great knowledge and expertise in different areas. And so I just, want to, say, the more participation by commissioners, the better we are. So I appreciate it. And absolutely, Commissioner Hughes, if you'd like to sit as alternate on the BDD, I'm totally fine with that, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have that one down. Are there other, Commissioner Hughes first, are there other things that you're not on, or that you are particularly interested
thank
in?
you. And thank you, Commissioner Roybal, for, because I think if I can serve as the alternate, then perhaps when Commissioner Hansen and Hamilton's terms are up, I would be ready to step in as the regular, or one of the 2 full representatives to the Buckman Direct Diversion Committee. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with my committees. So I don't think that I need to add another one at this point.
And just for clarification, right now, Commissioner Hansen and I are also primary on SWAMA, and you're the alternate. Is that not true anymore? I'm the alternate already.
No, 3 of us sit on
I
SWAMA.
think we're all 3 the main ones.
Oh, fabulous. Okay, great. That clarified that. I should have known that.
And the alternate
but-
is Commissioner Roybal.
Okay. Well, so the other thing we have to discuss is the investment committee, because that's automatically the chair and the vice chair, right? So that changes it. How many alternates do we have on investment? Because I thought we actually added and did 2 starting last year.
Madam Chair, we have 2 alternates.
And so those 2 alternates were Commissioner Hansen and Commissioner Hughes, right? And so is that good to stay that way? You guys? Excellent. I'm otherwise wanting to stay with what I've got. So with those changes, could I entertain a motion for everybody retaining their
So moved, Madam Chair.
appointment?
Second.
I got a motion in a second, and I didn't even manage to get it all out. That's great. I think we're clear, though. Are we clear for the record that it's the same appointments with the specific changes we discussed? Great. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Excellent. We're good. So, wow, that was pretty expeditious. Thank you all for incredibly good consideration. That takes us to item 10, which is matters from the county attorney, Mr. Schaefer.
Madam Chair, we'd be looking for a motion to go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978, including 1, solid waste convenience center locations and disputes, and 2, breach settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second?
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Madam Clerk, could we get a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Henry Roybal,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia, and Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes. So thank you. We're in executive session, and I don't have a good estimate of time. I'm going to guess a half hour, and then we have the public will be coming back out for the public hearing. We are live now. Excellent. So thank you, everybody, for your patience while we were in executive session. I would entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
I move that we come out of executive session, and the only thing that we spoke about was the items that County Attorney Schaefer mentioned, and nothing else, and those were the only people in the room.
Second?
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I don't know if Commissioner Roybal is back yet. Commissioner Roybal, are you with us again? I honestly don't know whether he realized we had. Oh, there you are. Is that you? Who else is speaking to me from the heavens? Okay, well, we're out of executive session, and we're going on to item 11, which is the public hearing on the resolution adopting projects for the county's ICIP. And I assume we're going to, who are we going to? Maggie? Thank you. Push the button.
There we go. Green light.
The
Okay.
magic button.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, I have, I'm sorry? My name is Maggie Moore from Growth Management.
Just for the record.
Thank you, yeah. Sorry about that. And I have before you a resolution to adopt 3 projects for inclusion into Santa Fe County's ICIP, Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal years 2023 through 2027. The request is to amend Resolution 2021-076 to include additional projects into the ICIP. The additional projects include the Santa Fe Opera Wastewater System Upgrade Project, the Clerk's House improvements, and Esperanza Shelters capital request. And so the background on this request is that the ICIP is submitted annually to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. Back in August 31st of 2021, the BCC adopted Resolution 2021-076, which adopted a list of projects for the 2023 cycle. And this is a subset of Santa Fe County's long-range capital planning framework. Community requests and capital needs are identified in the ICIP. They're included in our 5-year capital improvement plan and considered along other capital maintenance and fixed asset needs for funding through the county, state, and federal resources. Then, kind of going further back, the process that we're following from August 2019, the BCC adopted Resolution 2019-103, which established a planning and assessment process used for each stage of capital planning, whereby projects are proposed, reviewed, and prioritized along the county's population goals and other priorities identified in our strategic plan. Since the BCC adopted Resolution 2021-076 in August, the 3 additional projects have been requested, scoped, reviewed, and prioritized through our capital planning committee and scoping committee process. Our committee, the capital planning committee, met last week on January 6th and recommends that these 3 projects are included into the 2023 through 2027 ICIP. And again, those projects are listed. We've included an amended ICIP list in your packet, and those are the Santa Fe County Clerk Warehouse improvements at a total of $1,401,010. And the second project is the Santa Fe County Opera Wastewater Treatment System at $3.6 million. And then the Esperanza Shelter capital request for solar at $162,000. Be happy to take any questions about those projects.
Thank you. So are there questions?
Madam Chair, just, I understand these.
Oh, yeah.
if I may.
Okay. Go ahead. You would. Commissioner
all have
Hanson.
questions.
We'll go down the line. Commissioner Hanson, then Hughes, then Garcia.
Okay, I want to thank you very much for getting the Esperanza Shelter Solar on here. This is something that I've been working on for quite some time. Not only will it provide electricity to the shelter, but it will be able for them to spend more of the money on domestic violence and help people in real need that have really, this pandemic has definitely increased. So thank you very much. I think this is a really important project. Thank you.
Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. So I think these are all three very worthy projects. Is it, and I'm just a little bit new to this process, so is it my understanding that, so that we have here 60 projects, but there's probably a much longer list that you started from, right? That these were culled down to the most important project, is that correct?
That would be correct, yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you, that's all.
Good. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you for bringing these projects forward. Esperanza Shelter, is that the existing Esperanza Shelter, or is that the administrative component of Esperanza?
It's the administrative component.
Yeah, the admin.
So that facility, that roof is already not good anymore? That facility is what, 12 years old, 15 years old?
Commissioner Garcia, so we got money to put on, we got money to put a new roof on their administration building. This is a unique situation where I believe the land is owned by the city of Santa Fe, but we own the building. The home where they keep people is in the village. This is for the admin building that is on Rufina.
Thank you. Just for clarification, the city, we did work on that. The city actually did deed that property over to the county, so the county does own that property. But I was just wondering, that facility's, I guess in my eyes, fairly new, but that's fine that it can go on the list. Madam Chair, I'd just like to see if my fellow colleagues here could actually support me in a couple of, maybe one project actually, that is for some traffic calming devices, which is a capital project, and it is actually within the La Cienega area. It's something that's very tangible, you can touch, you can weather. And so what I would like to start is put some money, ask for some money for that, and see if we can just get some seed monies to the village, or the residents of La Cienega can start a plan on that. And I'd like to know if you'd help me out with that.
I guess my first question is this, has this been through the review process at all?
No.
Commissioner Garcia, Madam Chair, I think this is definitely a worthy project, but I also believe that there are a lot of worthy projects and that it is really important that we abide by the process of going through the policies and having staff, rate it so that we know how much it's going to even cost, because we don't even have any estimates. And I am fully willing to support you once it goes through the project, because I believe that it is very necessary in the village of La Cienega. But I would like it to go through the process. I also had wanted to add another project on here, but unfortunately, the project got sold before we could even add it on.
Okay, so then I have some other questions on these three projects here, because I'm gonna have a lot of questions in regards to what our requests are for the legislative session this year. And here's my request, or here's what I wanna know, how this is gonna work. We added three more projects to our 60-plus list. We have these requirements that came forward that are top 5 priorities that we all chose. We have actually projects that are short money, which is possibly, as the commissioner and I talked, low-hanging fruit, and I need to know where our senior center is in Cerrillos, where the Madrid water suppression system, Paul, that you know about. Also, I need to know what's happening with the Madrid fire station expansion. There's about 4 or 5 other projects that have been possibly shortened with money. So are we going to ask for all these projects? Are we going to ask for only the 5? Are we going to ask for these 3 additional projects? Because these aren't on any of our lists. All of a sudden they came up. And so I have a question regarding those 3 or 5 different things. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie or Paul,
Thank you. Can you restate the question, please?
Yes. So are we going to ask for these 3 projects into the legislative session, or they're just getting on the list?
Thank you, Commissioner. And Chair, I think that, we're asking today that we add them to our ICIP, which is submitted to the legislature for consideration for capital funding, yes. So I think it's a yes and a yes.
So Hutch Miller and Tessa Jo are going to go ask for these additional projects for the request. Does anybody know? Because
Okay, good.
Paul, you know more. You have the
Commissioner, I believe if I can paraphrase your question, what you're asking is, we have the list of 60, however, there's a shorter list of priorities per district or commissioner. And are we going to add these to that shorter list of priorities? My understanding is that is not the intention, but by putting them on the larger list, it still makes them eligible for funding if the legislature so chose.
Because, Madam Chair, speaking of legal counsel services from the state legislature, it's not required that any project that they fund over there be on the ICAP plan this year. So I just want to let everybody out there know that that is actually from Majority Leader and actually from Speaker's office. So just so we all know, we're all clear that any project that anybody goes over there and asks for additional dollars does not have to be on this plan. So another thing I would like to ask is, Gary, can you actually please meet with me tomorrow or Thursday, so we can just go over the shortfall of projects if we do have any, so that way we can go ask Speaker Egoff or Senator Rodriguez for shortfalls in their district for projects that we've been awaiting construction or design. Because if there's some shortfalls, $20,000, $50,000, $300,000, $500,000, as one of my priorities is, and it's short about $572,000, as you know, Gary, is actually the low water crossing in La Cienega behind the downs. And so that's my priority that we're going to go ask through several legislators for that shortfall. But I would just like to know, you don't have to answer it today, is what shortfalls do we have from other projects out there? Because if those individuals have some money for capital, tangible stuff that in their districts, now's the time to go get, for lack of better terms, that low-hanging fruit, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, we'll set up a meeting with you quickly. PJ Montano is actually on the line right now, so we'll work to get you that information. And then obviously, we'll work back through the committee to make sure that any of that goes through the manager, but we will examine those issues and discuss any shortfalls that we have with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. So is there any other discussion on this? Commissioner Hanson?
I would like to move to a resolution adopting projects for inclusion in Santa Fe County Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan for the fiscal year 2023 through 2027, authorizing submittal of the plan to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration, and replacing Resolution 2021-076.
Madam Chair, do we need to have a public hearing before we pass the resolution?
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
we
sorry.
do. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
No, that's quite all right. I was remiss in not stopping you. So this actually is, if I'm not mistaken, is this a second public hearing on the ICIP? It's just the first one? Okay, just one. So, I get it, yeah. Only one is needed, and this is it. So this is a public hearing, and I'm opening public comment. Is there anybody from the public online on WebEx who wants to this issue? Professor Joe, do you know whether anybody was still on WebEx at all?
Madam Chair, I do not see any indication of any public comment on this, but if you want to announce and unmute, maybe it might spark somebody's interest.
I want to announce, I mean, that's, so yes, if there's anybody on WebEx or calling in that wants, or present, but I don't see anybody present live that isn't staff, who wants to speak to this issue, please unmute yourself and make your presence known. It's like a seance, you know. If you're out there, make your presence known. Sorry. Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to answer Commissioner Garcia's question from
Yes.
earlier, the 3 items that were added to the ICIP, it's my information with your approval that they would be requested as capital outlay during this year's session on behalf of the individual organizations and the clerk's office, and Santa Fe County would serve as the fiscal agent for those. So
Thank
those would be additions to our capital outlay requests with your approval.
Yes. So I can ask a third time, is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak to this issue? Hearing none, I'm going to close public comment and would entertain a motion at this time. Commissioner Hanson?
I move the same motion that I moved before. I'm trying to get
That's
a resolution adopting projects for inclusion in Santa Fe County's infrastructure capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2023-27, authorizing submittal of plan to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration and replacing resolution 2021-076.
I'll second, Commissioner.
okay. I have a motion and 2 seconds.
Discussion.
Commissioner Garcia, under discussion?
Yes, I just want my colleagues to remember, when we do get money for these 3 projects, there's 7, 10, 15 other projects before this project, these projects, correct? Because we all have a list of projects waiting in line, service lines, we have all this other stuff waiting in line, but if we're gonna add some more projects to it, that's awesome. We can get all the money we can from that, from the capital there. But we do have projects in line before these ones come forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So motion carries, and thank you very much. So that only leaves concluding business. Are there any announcements?
Madam Chair, would you like a resolution number?
Oh my gosh, thank you very much. Yes, I would.
Okay, the resolution number is 2022-003.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam
for
Chair.
calling me on that. So now that we've taken care of that, is there any closing business on the table? Any announcements? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Happy New Year.
Good announcement.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Good night, everybody, and Happy New Year.
Good night.
Good night.